All right, so the YouTube channel is also preparing for the live stream. And we are here live in the Zoom room with our Africa Business Jumpstart community. So wonderful to be back. I absolutely love it. And let's dive in. Are you ready? Let me know. Are you ready? Let's see. Is everyone focused? You have enough time? It's a very important training session. So, you know, let's give it undivided attention. Fantastic. Okay, great. So let's get started. And I will share my screen. Okay, hold on a sec, 1 sec. Need to go to the first page. Okay. Okay, got it. One sec, please. All right, so can you see my screen share? Let's see, can you give me, Rajesh, I can see you on the video. Can you give me a thumbs up if you can see the screen? Thomas and Rajesh, can you give me thumbs up? Can you see the, okay, fantastic. Thank you for that. And we will go on the slideshow. Excellent. And now I will, fantastic. All right, so dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, it is so wonderful to be back. We have 250 people in the room live now in the Zoom room. More are joining as we speak, but we shall get started. So today, a very, very warm welcome to our live session, our big live session for 2022, titled Make Money in Africa, the 10 top hidden trends and business models for 2022 and beyond. This is our topic. And today I will share as much as I can with you during the course of this web class. We will focus on smart business concept that you can start or add in 2022 so you can build a winning business or investment in Africa. All right. So if you are starting as a newcomer, it's a new business, then make sure you're incorporating some of the things that you're learning today. However, if you are running a business already or you're planning to invest, then you can also incorporate some of these concepts and amend your strategy accordingly going forward. So today, I'm really keen to share some nuggets with you, some golden nuggets, hopefully, that you feel are very valuable. A lot of the things I share today, I have never shared before. Some of it I have shared in a similar context, but it is very important that you are aware of these trends, and sometimes even, you know, repetition helps do that. But I'm also sharing some very new insights. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Dr. Harnett. I am a certified business trainer. I'm an Africa business coach and consultant now for the last 7 years in that capacity. However, I have really worked on the continent of Africa since 1999. I'm an entrepreneur running 2 companies. I'm a speaker, an author, a champion for Africa, a proud mom, and my work has been featured on Forbes Africa, the Africa Business Club of KLM and Air France, the renowned Africa CEO Forum, where the biggest business leaders of Africa are meeting, the Africa Business Conference of Harvard University in Boston, and I've also spoken at Google in Silicon Valley. So that is just to give you a quick insight into my work. For those of you who are joining me and us, the Africa Business Jumpstart community, for the first time. Just very briefly, I want to share some quick facts about doing business in Africa before we start. And that is that, really, if we summarize it, is that 40% of the people in this world will be Africans by the end of this century. Okay, I'm saying it again, 40% of all people on the globe will be Africans by the end of this century. And Africa also has the youngest population on the globe. So we have the youngest population that is growing into the next human resource force and business leaders on the globe, and of course also consumers. And therefore, it is no secret for us, but the world also is increasingly noticing that Africa is the last market frontier on the globe, and the world will be doing business with Africa. So Africa is really positioning itself in that regard, in regards to population, but also we can see that more and more trade links and business links and investment links are being established. And therefore, Africa is not only on our map in terms of we want to become successful in Africa, but increasingly so on the global map in regards to diving into the opportunity and the vast resources that the continent holds. So it is a continent of the future, very much so. So, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, of course, many of you are in the diaspora because you have been always like my main target group. And I would like to know, really, let me stop the screen share briefly. I want to know who among you is either already doing business in Africa, who among you is planning to do business in Africa or investing there in the next 2 to 3 years, and who has made the transition already? Let me know, please, because I want to get a feel of our Jumpstart communities, especially the diaspora. Let's see. It's coming in with a little bit delay. Let us see in the chat box. All right, I already invested in 2 local African businesses. I'm planning to start. I moved 5 years ago, planning to starting. I plan to go to Rwanda in 2023. I have started. I had business before, but it failed. I'm planning to start. I'm doing business in Ghana and Dakar. Oh gosh, it's coming in so fast. I have difficulties catching up with reading out. I have 3 businesses in Togo. I bought land in Africa. I'm investing in real estate. I'm already doing business. I have program services in Ghana. I plan to start in Cote d'Ivoire, starting end of December, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, we are now almost 300 people live in the Zoom room, and the messages are just pouring in. So the way I see it, some of you, of course, are already based on the continent, and this is why you are joining here. But many of you in the diaspora are really either planning to start very soon, or you have started your business already, you're running a business already, or you're planning to invest, all right? So I really want to show you we're in the right crowd here, all of you. All right, so let's go back to the presentation. Oh, I need to do the screen share, of course. Sorry, just a sec. All right. Okay, so for those of you in the diaspora, I want to quickly make you aware once more, because I think this is very, very important. Many of you have said that, heard me saying this before, but I quickly want to make you aware again that there is a very important aspect when you choose the market or the country in which you want to do business in or start your investment in Africa. And everything that I'm teaching today in terms of the power of recognizing trends also is closely connected to the countries in which you operate. And as I always teach, I divide Africa into 4 categories, all right? Not north, south, east, and west, but into categories based on risk and opportunity ratio. And this is so important because many people still don't get it, including large companies in Africa who are seeking to expand into new markets and across borders in Africa. And even these renowned business leaders that have successful companies are making those mistakes, and then they have to pull out of the market or cut down operations. So when we are looking at the risk opportunity ratio in Africa, what we can see is high risk markets. You can see those at the top, and you have the high risk markets that also have high opportunity. So you have a high risk, high opportunity market, but then you also have high risk markets that have a very low opportunity. And then the bottom, you see the lower risk markets. These are usually markets with a better governance, with very clear and favorable business regulations, and very many other policies that that will be conducive for you, including also much lower levels of corruption. So you have there the low risk, high opportunity market category, and you have the low risk, low opportunity category. And of course, if we're looking at the green category, the low risk, high opportunity category, the Africa Business Jumpstarters, I am saying it again, this is the best category for you if, number one, you have never done business in Africa before. You may even be new to the continent of Africa. Many of you are, African Americans who are seeking to connect with the motherland or friends of Africa. So if you have never been to Africa, or you don't know much about the continent, or you're looking to for an investment with lower risk and high opportunity. So it also protects your investment when you invest in these kind of markets. So of course you are probably curious, which countries belong into which category. I will give you a small selection, but very briefly, because this is really not our topic today. I just wanted to set the tone. So high risk, high opportunity market category, for example, is the DRC, Congo, Angola, Nigeria. A high risk, low opportunity category, for example, is Somalia, Eritrea, Mali. A low risk, high opportunity category, for example, is Ghana, Rwanda, Kenya, Tanzania, Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, among others. And a low risk, low opportunity category, for example, are many of the islands, such as the Seychelles, and Cape Verde, for example, where you have very low risk, but then also the opportunity is low in regards to industries and business models that you may be able to start. All right, so this is something that I teach extensively in our live boot camps and also in the Africa Business Academy. We always mention the importance of selecting the right market, because your success starts with market selection. Your success in Africa. Now, if you are based in Africa already, maybe you were born and raised there and that's where you live, I mean, you're very lucky if you live in a low risk, high opportunity category. Did I mention Rwanda, by the way? Of course, I may be so humbled now because I'm living here. Rwanda fits also into the low risk, high opportunity category if I have not mentioned it. So for those of you who live in one of those markets, you can consider yourself very, very lucky. For those of you in any of the other categories, especially in the high risk category, it is very important that you then take on an industry that is lower risk. All right, because there are also high risk industries in Africa and lower risk industries. So a lower risk industry is an industry that is not heavily dependent on a lot of government and public service interaction. So, for example, agriculture, service industry, the online business industry, training, and so on, is a low-risk industry compared to a high-risk industry such as real estate, for example, construction, infrastructure, and so on. Finance as well is a high-risk industry. So you cut your strategy then in order to reduce risk in Africa and to become more successful if you are interested in starting in a high-risk market, is to start with a lower risk industry. However, in the high risk, low opportunity industries, the red category here, if you have the option, I would highly recommend that you start in a different country altogether. All right, so let's move on. What have startups in Africa in common? First of all, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, I would like to let you know that, there are good news, and that is that the African startup scene has really skyrocketed over the last few years. At the top of the startup scene is Nigeria, kind of leading the way, very entrepreneurial, and of course also a huge country with a huge population. But here is the tragedy that I would like to share. Because what these startups in Africa have in common is that they fail. All right. The majority of startups in Africa, anything from 1 to 5 years in particular, have a common story, and that is the story of failure. Now, that is not something really new. We actually see that across the world, that the majority of startups fail. However, in Africa, you have an entire complexity added to that, 54 markets, emerging market economies, and volatility, really. And therefore, we can see a huge failure rate among startups and businesses in Africa who kind of go in. It's against all odds anywhere in the world when you start a business. But now in Africa, it is increased through the risk and not really understanding how to navigate the African markets. Here, I just to quickly show you, it says here highest failure of startups in Africa. I'm not quite sure, if this can be completely trusted. Usually what you find is different surveys get different outcomes. So it says here Ethiopia, Rwanda, Ghana, Ghana and Rwanda, for example, are actually low risk, high opportunity countries, but even there, the failure rate is very, very high. Nevertheless, I have really read this across the continent of Africa. So there's statistics for Nigeria where over 80% of all startups fail in the first 3 years, and Kenya, about 75% of startups also fail in the first 3 years. So you see, you also have to kind of ask yourself if these surveys are looking into 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, or beyond in regards to the business being in operation. And of course, you get different results. But I really just wanted to show you that all of us who are planning to start a business and investment in Africa, or who are in business already, or who are investing already into someone else's company, we have to be aware of the fact that the odds are against us. And that is why I do what I do. I want to teach, I want to empower, I want to guide Africans in the diaspora, Africans on the continent, and friends of Africa, how to really navigate the Africa business environment by using success strategies that sadly, hardly anyone uses because people are simply not aware of them. So, and this is the kind of scenario that you get, you know. We hear, unfortunately, very sadly, about houses and construction work that is collapsing. Unfortunately, these news seem to come regularly out of Nigeria, but we can see this also in other countries in Africa, and that kind of happens in a business scenario as well. It is so important, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, that we do not rush or assume. But we have to really build a strong foundation for our business. And that's what I wanted to convey with the picture on the left-hand side. We have to build a strong foundation for our business and even our investment plan. And a strong foundation starts with the knowledge of what you're actually doing and why you're doing it. Otherwise, we will be in the business of hope, or just kind of trying our best, or shooting into the blue and hoping that we will hit the jackpot. But that's not how it works. That's why we see such a big failure rate in Africa. The number one reason the Africa Business Jumpstart is not the risk. The number one reason in Africa, by and large, is not poor governance. The number one reason is that people go into business not understanding what it actually takes. First, to understand what it means to run a business, and second, how this will really roll out in the context of your local African market. And we have 54 very distinct business environments in regards to what works and what doesn't work and what the policies look like. So I'm so glad for those of you, who continue to educate themselves and inform themselves, because it is these kind of insights, if you apply them, that will set you apart, and that will, quite frankly, increase your success in Africa manifold. Right? We don't want to be among those that fail, not just for our own sake, the Africa Business Jumpstarters. And I feel very passionate about this, but for the sake of Africa. Because if we are really, imagining that all these startups, or at least let's say half of them, would have succeeded instead of failed, how much more development would we have seen? How much more job creation would we have seen? How much more people being taken out of poverty would we have seen? How much more money staying in Africa so we can create more investments and be a player in the global field that is competitive? So therefore, when we see a kind of an avalanche, a kind of a mass situation of businesses in Africa failing, then that is a tragedy always for the business owner, the entrepreneur who lost money and motivation, and who lost his and her dream, or his time, energy, and all that. But it's also a tragedy for that nation, for that particular nation, and at large for the continent of Africa. And therefore, I feel very passionate about making informed decisions, educating ourselves, so that we can, really build businesses and make our steps with full knowledge and intent. And that is something that I believe we all have a responsibility in. But it is not just startups that fail. Also, big companies in Africa struggle to make it. And I'm sharing just some insights. All of this is recent news, over the last, and I've looked into it very detailed this year, over the last 1, 2, 3 years, and even starting 2018, 2019, before the pandemic hit. Huge companies, there's Jumia, there's Nakumatt, there's ShopRite, there's some of the very, very promising African startups that have received millions of US dollars in investment. They were, their startup stories were shared all over the news because they were hailed to be unicorns or leaders in the African business space. And what we can see, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, is that many of them, 5 years in, 6 years in, 7 years in, or now that they're trying to expand across the continent, again, not understanding the other markets and how they vary and how a really a powerful expansion strategy should look like, we see these companies are struggling as well. We see big companies closing. We see big companies struggling for profits in Africa. And we see those that have expanded fast now cutting down on their operations and pulling out of other countries that they have just entered recently altogether. Right? So I think this is also very important to be aware of, the Africa Business Jumpstarters, that this is not just, you know, the story of startups, but also the leaders in big companies who may have well understood their industry in their own market, but then they have received injection of major capital, millions of dollars, and they're going for this huge expansion strategy. It's all about growing fast, growing big, growing faster and bigger. And in Africa, it does not work this way, because you're not expanding, you're not opening branches within one common market. You know, we're not expanding within China or within the United States or within Russia. We're expanding throughout various countries, and you have to have a very neat strategy in place in order to do this successfully. All right, so I'm giving some really important context here. I know I haven't dived yet into the main part of the webinar or the web class, but you know, we need that context. It's good enough, you know, if I put out there 10 top trends and you kind of take notes, but you do not have a context why this is important or what really counts. So for me, context is hugely important. Otherwise, you cannot make sense of the pieces of information that you receive and how they are relevant for you. Okay, and maybe I want to throw it in here. This is something I have never shared. Actually, I shared it with Frank the other day. Frank is also in the room. He is our manager in the Kigali team, and we discussed, you know, some of these developments recently. And I've shared that I have actually met one of the leaders of one of the biggest companies in Africa in regards to you know, online and e-commerce and things like that. And I don't want to mention the name of the company right here. Right now, but we have met at a conference, and you know, we had a discussion, and this was the CEO, and he shared with me their big expansion strategy into the continent, and he named the countries, and I immediately is like, oh, on what basis did you choose those countries? I asked, because immediately some of these countries and the strategy of kind of aggressively going out there with all the millions that he has received rang alarm bells with me. I saw a lot of risk, and I made him aware of it. And then he asked me to put a proposal together for an expansion strategy. And I did. I put the proposal together, not the strategy, just a one-page proposal, what I can do for them. And we went a little bit back and forth. And for some reason, at one point, he kind of disappeared and did not reply. Well, you know, I was shocked, I have to say, to read recently that this particular company had expanded in more than 10 markets in Africa, and now they shrunk right back into 4 countries, and they're struggling. All right, and this is, I just want to make you aware that even once you feel business is going well and you're going to the next stage, a really powerful strategy that sets you up for success is hugely important. And it doesn't matter if you earn $1,000 a year or if you earn $10 million a year. It equally applies, because as we can see, both small and larger companies are struggling to navigate the markets in Africa. So the road to successful business in Africa is not an easy drive, but it is very, very possible. Of course, we are also seeing a lot of companies that succeed, and they're doing amazing things. They make impact, they change the face of the continent. And to be very honest with you, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, I myself feel so blessed, because I believe it is one of the best spaces to be in. The Africa business space, the Africa investment space, it has so much potential, so much opportunity, so much potential for impact and to really change the lives of people around. But on top of that, the people who are leaders, business leaders in Africa, especially the new generation, are visionaries, are innovators, are go-getters, and they're changing the future of Africa. And it's the best space to be in. And so for those of you who who are seeking to join the business space, I would say it's absolutely the best decision you can make, but you have to make informed decisions. So just to quickly make you aware, it's raining again at my end. And sometimes rain in Rwanda can quickly turn into kind of a tropical current, and then the internet gets affected. But hey, this is part of doing business in Africa, so we'll stay calm. All right, so while in the West you have a very smooth ride, in terms of, it is very straightforward in terms of policies and business structures and where you can go in regards to the risk. In Africa, it's a different story. And that's what I wanted to portray with this picture here. You actually have to find your way, and it's hard work sometimes. On top of that, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, and we are now almost 400 people live in the room. Fantastic. For those of you who have joined a little later, a very warm welcome, and you can watch the replay that I will also share with you if you have missed the start of the session. So on top of it, I would like to say, of course, that our world is changing faster than ever. And both you as the business leader and your business need to adopt. All right, we have climate change, we have trade wars, we have the coronavirus pandemic, we have artificial intelligence, we have poverty and a kind of a disintegrating structure also in the West. A lot of challenges in our Western communities. So the world itself now, it's becoming more and more volatile. It's not just Africa. And therefore, it's even more important that you are able to adapt and you understand how these changes affect your business. Charles Darwin has said, and this is really, really interesting. He has looked, of course, into the evolution of humankind, and he concluded the following: it is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Isn't that amazing? I mean, this is his outcome in regards to all the research he has done in regards to human evolution, how the world is evolving, including our natural ecosystems and the species. And he has said that it's not about being strong or even most intelligent, but those that survive are the ones most responsive to change. And I believe that this kind of portrays the absolute significance of what we are learning today. So there are at least 10 powerful and very unique success strategies for Africa that I teach. Today, I'm showing you one of them. And I really want to make this clear here. What I'm teaching today is not enough to set you up for success. I have at least 10 powerful strategies that are very unique. Unfortunately, most people are not aware of them. One I showed you in the beginning of the session in regards to your market selection based on risk and opportunity ratio. That is one of the success strategies. But today I would like to dive into one of them with you. And that is the strategy of recognizing and incorporating market trends in your business or investment when doing business in Africa. Why is that important? Number one, it will help you to position yourself relevantly in the marketplace. So that is the case if you're a newcomer, maybe you're just getting started in your business and no one really knows you in your industry. You don't have a client base or anything. You're a newcomer. Incorporating the trends into your business will position yourself relevantly in the marketplace. And that is also the case if you're in business already and you're planning to extend or expand across borders in Africa. You will also stay ahead or move past your competition. This is very powerful because many of you ask, okay, we have big, real estate companies, big commercial farmers. The Chinese are coming in. How can I compete with those? I get this question a lot. And today I will share you exactly how. And lastly, you will actually reduce your risk and grow into the future in a much more sustainable way. So let me share a story with you, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters. The power of recognizing trends, a story. And I would like to share this story with you at the beginning of the trends that are unfolding in Africa, because I really want to demonstrate in very concrete terms how this may look like. And for today, I have chosen a story outside of Africa. It's also good sometimes to kind of detach ourselves and just listen to the smart strategy that has been used and that I want us to replicate in the context of Africa. So on the left-hand side, you see products, all right? And you see products of very well-known brands. You have Nestlé, you have Nivea, you have Cadbury, L'Oreal, and so on. So these are huge multi-million-dollar empires who kind of took over the world with their products. And you may ask yourself, because these products, of course, for most part, also sit in the shelves of Africa, and you may ask yourself, okay, how can I possibly compete with the larger players in the market? Now, meet the startup team from Germany. And this young team of entrepreneurs really just started a few years ago. They've been in business for 5 years. And they have managed in this short period of time to bring their products into the shelves of all, and I will repeat, of all main supermarkets and retail outlets in Germany, all the big ones. And maybe there's no point of mentioning them because most of you wouldn't know them. But all the big supermarket chains with hundreds of stores are now featuring their products, and I will share in a minute what their success strategy was, are featuring their products. And this young team can see their products next to the products of the big guys. And that happened in a few years. How? It happened because they recognized the power of trends among consumer, trends in the global market, and make that work to position yourself and beat your competition. So these young guys, and I absolutely love them and what they do, have created a brand that is called Share. And you can see several of their products here, mostly skincare and snacks, but they're expanding into other product ranges now. And Share is not just the name of their brand, but it actually represents what their company is about. And that is to share the profits with the poorest who are producing the ingredients. Part of their positioning is, we make it easy for you to do good in the world. What you buy so you can enjoy it in your life, we'll share with someone who needs it to improve his or her life. All right. And I've actually translated this from German. And they said, we want to contribute towards an end of world hunger. And this is their brand. Their brand is, whenever you buy a chocolate bar or nuts or a skincare product from the company Share, then a percentage of that you bought goes back to the communities where the chocolate has been sourced, where the nuts have been sourced, where the shea butter or the oils have been sourced, and so on and so forth. And they put that onto, it's not just a good thing they would like to do, that's what the whole brand is about, and that's why they called it Share. It's about sharing in the world. And they have tapped into a consumer trend that is so powerful, especially in the West right now, but it will spread across the globe, and it already is, that people want, they're fed up with exploitation and making money at all costs, on the expense of people and the environment. And this is what works, but they also have come in as pretty kind of, early players. Because once this market is saturated, then you have the competition with maybe 1,000 companies that are trying to do the same. All right, but now they have realized the trend early. And guess what? Now they're standing in the shelves with the big guys. The media in Germany, when they write about them, that's exactly what they write. They write, Share is here to improve lives, to have accountability, sustainability, and to share whatever we buy and share the profits with the people that produce those ingredients. Now, guess what? The big guys, the Nivea's, the Cadbury's, the Nestle's, the L'Oreal's cannot compete with that. I repeat, they cannot compete with that. Even if Nestle or Cadbury or L'Oreal or Nivea at some point say, oh, we are building a well in Africa, or we are supporting communities in the Himalaya, or whatever it is, people will not buy it, because these big companies have never stood for that. In fact, they stood for the opposite, as many know now, but they have never stood for that. So they will find it very difficult at one point to compete with the new consumer trends. All right, unless they do an entire brand kind of upside down rebranding campaign. All right, so today I'm going to show you top trends for Africa that you can incorporate in your business or investment. So let me quickly stop the screen share. Let's see if you're all still here. And this was setting the context. Have you received some insights? Why what we are going to learn now is so crucial, and why it can make or break your business or investment. Have we received some insights with this context? Yeah, let's see. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Okay, fantastic. All right, so now let's dive into the trends that are relevant for the context of Africa. All right, and it's raining heavier. It's raining heavier here in Kigali, but hey, we'll make it happen. And if the internet goes down, welcome to doing business in Africa. It's all for the best. All right, so let's do the screen share again. Let's go back. And maybe this is also some of the background noise that you may hear, not a clean audio because you hear the rain. Okay. All right, so let me take a sip of water. Okay, so let's dive straight in. Okay, so hidden trend number one, tailored real estate. And the reason why I call it hidden trend is because the industry is not aware of it. The industry is not turning towards it. Otherwise, you would have the majority of the players in the industry doing exactly what's trending, but they are not. It is only a few people, and therefore I call it hidden trend. Okay? Tailored real estate. This is important for those of you who want to invest in real estate. Maybe you're a real estate developer. Maybe you want to build yourself. Maybe you want to buy to let. Maybe you want to build for the hospitality industry. Whatever it is, tailored real estate. So let's dive into this hidden trend number one. What we can see across Africa is actually the fact that real estate is growing again, all right? However, we also see a lot of empty houses. In Nigeria, there is an empty house crisis. Having said that, we are seeing exactly the same scenario across several countries in Africa. So the scenario that you have is that right now, real estate is trending. And it has been trending also in many countries before the pandemic, and now it's picking up again big time in several countries. However, we also have the phenomenon of empty houses that cannot be sold or that cannot be rented, and they're sitting around for months or even years. In Nigeria, this has become so much of a problem that it's now in the headline news. Government ministers are talking about the issue. But again, and we're actually seeing here also why landlords from Kilimani, we're talking here about Kenya. I forgot I put also a headline from Kenya in here, are staring at empty houses. Okay, so this is a scenario we see across Africa. Real estate is up, trending, but many people cannot shift their houses. Let me tell you a story which will exactly explain why that is. I met two real estate investors in Ghana, and this is a few years back. If I remember well, it's around 2017 or something like that. Now, at that time, Ghana actually had a kind of a real estate stagnation, all right? So we heard that in the industry, real estate is stagnating a little bit, and it is not growing very fast. Now, we met two investors and developers, and we met them separately. So first, we met the guy who offers a kind of house that you see on the left-hand side. And this is actually a house in Kenya, but we see many of these family houses, big family houses in Ghana. So he had many years of experiences in the real estate industry in Ghana. He was a very well-known developer, but more of an old school guy. And he told us the real estate industry in Ghana is stagnating. Right now, I cannot shift several of my houses. And, it's not the best time to invest. Hopefully the sector will come back and so on. So he, was not very happy about the situation. In the same week, we met another real estate investor and developer in Ghana. He was actually from the diaspora, returning from the UK to Ghana. He's been at that time in Ghana like 5, 6, 7 years. So for a while, and he had started with a single house, but now had built himself up to a major investor and also winning investment from other people. Now, here's what he said. He said to us, we have not even completed construction and almost everything is sold. Why? Because this guy has brought to the market an absolutely stunning, amazing, unique, popular real estate design that cannot be found anywhere in Accra. And that is exactly what I'm trying to share today. It is very, very important that you stand out, and you stand out by looking at the trends that the masses in the industry, the players in your industry have not recognized yet. But by you recognizing them early, you're not only tapping into a demand that's actually already visibly there, but you're also unique, and therefore people will, run to get what you have to offer. So let's have a quick look at the most preferred location features in Africa. Okay, so this is a recent survey across the continent, so we can see what's really trending: proximity to restaurants, gyms, retail and cultural amenities, good views. People want to have views over the ocean, mountain, skyline, etc. And that also has to do now with people being stuck indoors. At least they want to have a good view. Access to good healthcare. Yes, we are still in the time of a pandemic. Proximity to green space. And in some other reviews, I have seen also having the green space around your house, so a garden, and good air quality. And if you're actually looking at the percentage, the ones that are most important are good air quality and proximity to green spaces. So, however, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, when you look at real estate developments in Africa, most of them are not taking this aspect into consideration. Let's go a step further. Green homes are absolutely trending. Measures, this is by a South African realtor, very recent comment. Measures such as solar power, building with sustainable materials to reduce their carbon footprint, building homes with more natural light, and growing vegetable gardens are just some of the trends that will continue and grow in popularity in 2022. Features such as these justify a higher price tag due to high demand by home buyers. So listen to this. Not only are you able to sell fast, you can also put a higher price tag on your product because no one else is offering it. Let's have a look at these kind of houses. And these pictures are actually taken from South Africa. The question is why we can hardly see any of such houses across Africa, when we know, especially now, that green buildings are trending, when we know that people want a kind of a serene space around them in case they're locked up, maybe because of the pandemic, or maybe they have made a transition from working in an office to working from home. Why can't we replicate, or let's do it another way? I think you should replicate similar designs across the continent of Africa for the reasons we've just stated. Here is another real estate development. As you can see, there's solar on top of each unit. There is a kind of a vegetable garden on the terrace upstairs. You have a lot of natural light coming into the homes. And that is what buyers are looking for, especially when you're selling to the diaspora, when you're selling to expats, foreigners, and the rich and those who can afford real estate in Africa, because also they have, they're also traveling across the world, and they can see what's happening there, and they can also see that very often the offerings in Africa do not compete with the offerings you get in the West or somewhere else. So powerful positioning increases your sales, hands down. On the left-hand side, we have a mass offering across Africa. We have neighborhoods, for lack of a better word, littered with big family houses that all look the same across the city and across borders. This is the house in Kenya, but you ask me, you can find the same kind of house in Rwanda, Tanzania, Ghana, or Nigeria. All right. While on the right-hand side, you have a unique trend positioning strategy. And you will sell faster, plus you can sell for higher price points. And it doesn't really matter if the real estate industry is going up or is going down, because you only have a few of these units in the whole country, and therefore people would want to buy that no matter if the real estate industry is growing or falling. Another success tip that I would like to share with you in the real estate industry, and I know many of you are interested to invest in that industry or build yourself, and that is build, convert, or invest into multi-purpose spaces. And let me explain. So the picture that you see below is just like a picture that we have similar to the one we shared above. It's a typical kind of big, large family home somewhere in Africa. And, you know, absolutely nothing wrong with those homes. They're beautiful homes, and there's a lot of green even here. I'm sure it would be wonderful for your kids to play in the neighborhood. So I can actually see how this can be a really beautiful neighborhood. But the question you have to ask yourself, what is my goal? So if your goal is only you want a beautiful family home, nicely located, where you can raise happy children, you know, then absolutely go for this. But if you're looking to invest or build yourself in order to sell or let, rent and so on, then that is not the best strategy you can use, because this is a single purpose space. It's for a family, that's it. On the contrary, you could build or develop something that looks like this. All right. Now, this one could also be a family home. It could be a modern family home, also with a lot of green space. I'm sure children would love to live in this kind of building, easy access to the garden for playing. But this particular unit can also be used for tourists. Airbnb makes an excellent rental. It could be used for business travelers. It could be used to turn it into a wellness business or a spa, where you just, you know, you change the furniture and everything, and you could create a massage salon or a beauty salon out of this. You could create a gym out of it, where people, while they work out on the treadmill, can have a beautiful view. You can make a nursery out of this, where the children can play in the garden. You could turn it into a cafe. You could turn it into a therapy center. You could turn it into a clubhouse for some kind of business people that are using it for private meetings. Can you see the difference? But the truth still is that most people, when they're building in Africa, still building that. Hardly anyone builds that. So as we can see now, is not only are you tapping into a trend, or you are positioned uniquely so you can sell faster and at a higher price range, But on top of that, it will allow you to be flexible. Maybe if you don't want to sell it, but you just want to rent this space, then, you know, for years to come, whatever you decide, maybe your children are growing up and they want to run a business, it can be easily converted into a business. Maybe you want to sell it to a business owner and not a family, because the location, you know, there's a lot of industry now in that location and it's not the right solution anymore. So as you can see, this one ticks so many boxes. However, hardly anyone understands this in Africa. And that's why most people go for this and not for that. And I want you, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, to do things differently. That's what we are about in the Africa Business Jumpstart community. And why do we want to do things differently than the masses of business owners and investors and entrepreneurs? So we can increase our chances to succeed in Africa. Hidden trend number 2, climate change solution and products. 2022, who among you knows that France has, on the 1st of January 2022, changed its policies in regards to packaging and selling fruits and vegetables? It has put 30 fruits and vegetables on a list that are no longer to be packaged in plastic. This is to reduce the cost of impact on the environment, and it has been a policy that has been implemented or released by the government, and that's it. You're no longer allowed to package these vegetables and fruits in plastic. This is a trend, dear Africa Business Jumpstart. I've been saying this for a while. This is a trend that is growing, and is growing fast, and it is growing in real terms. Spain said it wants to follow suit when they learned about this new policy in France. In the meanwhile, African manufacturers or manufacturers in Africa have no clue. In the meanwhile, manufacturers in Africa, for the most part, have no clue, all right? Because I also work in this industry now. For the most part, worried, and absolutely rightly so, but they're worried about the supply from the farmers. They're worried about, how to export and how to find buyers. Hardly anyone is actually taking notice how these trends are happening in the markets that they want to export to. And that means the rest of the world will also soon adapt. Because frankly, I mean, climate change is real and it is of concern to many. But manufacturers and producers in Africa are not aware of it. And in fact, let me see if I have the right picture. No, I want to add to this story. They're not aware of it. And I can let you know, for example, that a major manufacturer of cassava flour, not the one we have in the picture, but a big manufacturer of cassava flour in Africa, has recently improved their packaging and branding. And I was very happy to hear that. And then I was handed over a package of cassava flour, and guess what? The new packaging and branding was plastic. Number one, hardly anyone in Europe has their flours packaged in plastic traditionally anyway. It's paper. It always has been paper. On top of it, people are now environmentally aware. They will not buy plastic. But the largest producer of cassava flour in Africa is unaware and produces a new plastic packaging and brand. That is unfortunate because we're missing out. Not only the manufacturer, the farmers are missing out if then for some reason that should be known to everyone, the EU is not buying this particular product. And exports are important for Africa, the Africa Business Jumpstarters. Exports are important for Africa. We have to export into the world because this is how Africa receives foreign currency. If we want to compete in the world and invest in the world as a continent at large, we cannot do this worldwide with cedis or Rwandan franc. We need the foreign currency, and that one is achieved through exports. Africa gap you can fill. Well, here's an opportunity for you whenever there is a problem, and that is become a packaging expert and consultant. You can charge $500 per consultation for each manufacturing firm in Africa. Consult 10 firms a month, and you're making $5,000 a month. I mean, of course, I'm just putting it simply out there. But here's the thing. It can be simple. Important is that you have a strategy. And as you can see here, we have beautiful brands. But what should such a packaging expert and consultant do? Let me share some of the challenges we have in Africa. Number one, manufacturers are getting most of their packaging from China. And that is a real problem, especially now with the delays in the supply chain and with major disruptions and, also kind of a war between the West and the East coming slowly up. When I mean war, a trade war for now. So that means this supply chain is not sustainable for the future. So now people in Africa are looking for other areas to source their packaging from. And there's various kinds of packaging, not just in terms of glasses and papers, but also in terms of sizes and forms and shapes. And most Africans are not aware of where can I get that, number one, within Africa. So if you were a packaging expert and consultant, make it your goal to source these manufacturers of packaging material within the continent. And then maybe outside the continent, but not too far. Maybe you add Dubai or Southern Europe or Turkey. And you make it your job to really support manufacturers in Africa by getting their packaging, and not just in large numbers, but we have startups that are looking for smaller numbers. So if you were the one who could show them the way to get that, plus if you were the one to consult larger manufacturers in regards to export policies and the trends that are happening, because there are a lot of regulations when it comes to the trade of such products from out of Africa, and a lot of these regulations relate to packaging. So this is a very, very powerful business model, in my view, that any of you could take up. It just takes a lot of research and compiling your research and seeing where you can provide the best value. In the US, 71% of millennials say that climate change is our most pressing social issue, and we are voting with our dollars too. In 2020, IBM found that over 2/3 of purpose-driven consumers will pay a premium of 35% more for a more sustainable purchase. This is powerful. Can you see that? And these are our next generation of consumers. They're already our consumers. So remember that share company from Germany that's competing with Nestle and Cadbury and Nivea? Well, that's exactly what they did. They targeted millennials. And they know that this is a generation that wants to put their dollars into a product that makes them feel good, be it because you share with other people or be it because you take care of the climate. And people, including these youngsters, are prepared to pay a premium out of up to 35% more for your product. Now, I know that this is still in its infant shoes in Africa, but here's certain things, certain facts. Number one, just because you're in Africa doesn't mean you're selling or you have to sell to Africans. Look at the tourism industry. Look at the service industry. Look at the export industry. All of them are selling to foreigners. And on top of it, we also have a more and more aware consumer group in Africa growing that can actually afford that. And usually the trends that we see in the West, especially because these are larger policies that will change. It's a premium now because hardly anyone does it, but in future, this will just be what everyone else does. But you want to come in now where you can set yourself apart, and not when the masses of entrepreneurs in your industry are doing exactly the same thing, because then you have competition again. Here are wonderful women, both of them from Kenya, who are building green building material. Guess what? From waste, from plastic waste they're finding on the streets. So they have organized groups of people who are collecting plastic waste in the streets of Nairobi and maybe other cities and bringing it to the factory. And these two ladies have found solutions to manufacture green building material, such as bricks and roof tiles. And I have to say, I'm aware of a couple of other ladies in Kenya who do that. And it seems to me that the ladies in Kenya are really pioneering and leading that space, and which is very wonderful to say and to see and witness. And that can be replicated by you in other countries in Africa. Very powerful. All right. Maybe not so easy to replicate it in Rwanda because the waste is the plastic is not laying around here, which is a good thing, of course. But then in some countries, you would need to find other solutions to get access and collect that kind of waste. So a very powerful business model that could be replicated and localized to other countries in Africa. And you can do that. And then, of course, here's an example that I have shared before. We can see a woman here in Zanzibar. Zanzibar has positioned itself as the lead producer of seaweed. All right. And what seaweed can do is it can produce plastic, so-called plastic made out of seaweed, which is 100% biodegradable. And in fact, it will just dissolve in a day or two. And you can see so-called plastic caps, and you can see these Brussels waffles that are packaged in some kind of paper. And both those caps that you see and the paper are made of seaweed. It is powerful. The Africa Business Jumpstarters, we have a long, long coastline all the way across from the north over the east, south towards the west of Africa. Seaweed, for now, is free. It can also be cultivated in shallow waters. And this is also something you could do in the islands. You know, I mean, Zanzibar is an island, but we also talked about the low risk, low opportunity in other islands, such as Cape Verde or Seychelles, but across countries that have a coastline. And these are the products that will be in high demand. Why not organize people who collect seaweed and learn about the technology, and that I'm sure is not very complicated to put these kind of products together. Very, very powerful. Another African gap that you can fill, I showed you a couple of examples, but you could manufacture green building material. We saw that. You could offer green transport solutions. We see several countries taking up green transport solutions. Rwanda is leading again once more with taking up electric scooters, electric motorcycles. I think they're already in the market. I mean, I've heard about they have been bought and everything. But last time I was standing with my son in front of the house, and there's a lot of motorcycles, you know, these motors that serve as taxis. And we were standing in front of our house, and a motor came by. and it didn't make a single noise. And we were like turning heads because we've never, it was so strange. Did you just, what? It just passed us quietly. And it was very strange. So maybe that was one of the electric, I mean, it made some kind of sound, but not the loud sound that you're usually used to. So it's not about bringing those transport solutions in, but also related products and services, spare parts, expertise, and so on, investors. And the other gap that you can fill is that of a social enterprise. And this is powerful. Let me share this. You could start a social enterprise where you organize people in the village to plant trees that you will then sell to companies to offset carbon or reduce their carbon footprint. So this is how it works. And our company here in Rwanda is actually buying those trees. So I'm speaking here from real experience because I'm very environmentally aware, and it's also part of our positioning. And we want to offset our carbon in our company here. So this is what you do. You organize women or men and women villagers in a village. It could be any village, maybe not too far from you. And you create tree nurseries. Of course, these women need to be trained. Very often you have a local agricultural entity there that can train those villagers when you partner with them. And here's what will happen. You will determine the price for one tree seedling. So let's say $1 per seedling. All right. You will also determine how much carbon this can save from the environment once this tree grows a little. On top of it, you can also look at forests that are already established in Africa, and you can protect these forests in villages by, again, determining if we protect one tree and we're not cutting the tree for wood, okay, how much money can that tree make because that tree is setting off carbons? And then you go to powerful companies that are aware of their sustainability, or they want a good brand, or they want a good PR story where they say they're offsetting carbon. And you tell them, you know, you can make a donation every month, or not, it's not a donation, it's a service offering. You pay us every month 100, 500, 1,000, whatever they want to put forward. And this is how many trees we can plant for you or save for you in an African forest. And therefore, this is the amount of carbon saved by your company. So the company, you're helping the company to offset their carbon and reduce their carbon footprint. Guys, this is a very powerful social enterprise. You could approach airlines in Africa. You could approach energy companies in airline. You could approach corporates, banks. I mean, literally, you name it. You could approach those companies in Africa or outside of Africa, for those of you in the diaspora, because it doesn't really matter where we cut the carbon. It's a global issue. So, you know, a company in the US will still feel pretty good if they have offset carbon, even if that was somewhere, the tree planting or tree saving was somewhere down in Africa. It is very powerful. You can start this on a shoestring budget. You will make an impact on local communities in Africa. You will make an impact on the environment. And of course, you can just pay yourself a salary as well and some work operations. That's important. Okay, hidden trend number 3, medical tourism and niche tourism. All right, so we are over 400 people live in the Zoom room. Fantastic. Sometimes it sounds a little bit like I'm talking to myself because I'm just glared at the presentation. Let me just check in with you guys. I just need that reassurance. Are we still here? Yes, fantastic. Okay, great. Are we still listening, taking notes? Okay, fantastic. All right, good to see everyone is still here. Next, let's move to the next slide. So hidden trend Number 3 is medical tourism and niche tourism. So of course, the tourism industry in Africa has been hugely affected since the pandemic. In some countries also, we have other aspects such as terrorist attacks that affected the tourism industry. But right now, the tourism industry in Africa is suffering. Now, there's medical tourism offerings that you can make. And there are actually very well medical tourism destinations in Africa already. They are South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, Tunisia, and Kenya. Now, to some extent, the following have been identified at making big leaps in medical offerings, and medical service offerings. You may agree or not agree, but here are countries that want to position themselves. This is Algeria, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mauritius, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Tanzania. And I know that Nigerians take up medical tourism themselves, especially Nigerian politicians, not just Nigerian politicians, but you give your politicians a hard time in the news, or on social media about this. But really, we can see politicians across Africa taking their private jet and heading out of Africa to be treated for medical conditions. All right. And we can see also rich Africans doing the same. Now, here's the thing. These service offers can also be provided within Africa. So Nigerians, yes, they want something better than Nigeria. They may be heading to South Africa or to Egypt. Someone who is in Togo or Senegal may want to go to Nigeria because it's in the region, and maybe they can find a private hospital or a certain equipment that they cannot find locally. All right, so it's always kind of it depends on in which market you are and who you are targeting. So basically, medical tourism means that people who have a medical condition or they need treatment, it could be chronic or acute, they can be flown out of the country into another country in Africa where that particular treatment is available. And it is up to you to understand which countries offer what. And I think it's also important that you specialize on a certain condition or a range of treatments and not try to be everything for everyone. So here, for example, is, and I'm having fun sharing this. This is a new diagnostic center here in Kigali. And the reason why I have fun sharing it is because they were our former neighbors. So as I've just moved into my new house, as most of you know, in the old house, they were our neighbors. And, if I was leading live sessions with tired eyes, or I came into the office tired, it's because these guys have been working day and night and I couldn't sleep. But nevertheless, it's completed and it will bring huge value to a lot of All right, we are back. Thanks for holding on. Welcome to Doing Business in Africa. That was my internet saying, you know, I'm a bit weak now, too much. All right, so let's continue. Can you give me a hint? What's the last thing that you've heard, please? What is the last thing that you've heard? Here, there's a little bit of a lightning going on as well. What's the last thing you heard? Let me know in the chat box. Oh, that I couldn't sleep. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, okay, good. So let's continue there. Screen share. Thanks for staying put and for not leaving the Zoom room and YouTube. Okay, we continue. All right, so this is the high-tech kind of high-tech machinery that can be found in the diagnostic center. They're bringing like the state-of-the-art Tesla high-tech machinery and equipment in. And this is the kind of knowledge that you need to have if you want to make medical tourism offerings, okay? All right, so domestic tourism is the next trend. And Kalia, can you give me a thumbs up? Can you see the slide? Okay, thank you so much. Okay, fantastic. All right, so the next trend then is domestic and regional tourism. Here is a very important resilience strategy if you are in the industry of tourism. Across the continent in West Africa, Zaina Lodge, a luxury safari hotel in Ghana, enjoyed its second best month ever in December 2020, thanks to the power of domestic tourism. We established ourselves as a local brand from day one, said company co-founder Andy Murphy. Now listen to this, guys. In December 2020, when the tourism industry was at its edge because of the pandemic, this company in West Africa said that we enjoyed our second best month ever. Why? Because they had positioned themselves for domestic offerings. And this is a very powerful trend. The call for domestic tourism, the Africa Business Jumpstarters, is not a new call. It has been made by several governments, the government of Nigeria and the government of Uganda, I'm aware of. They made calls for the importance of domestic and national tourism. And this call has been strengthened now across the continent because of the pandemic. South Africa has made it its new brand, you know. We are already here is their slogan. Isn't that amazing? People are traveling to South Africa from across the globe to go on holiday, and their tourism brand slogan, their tourism strategy slogan for domestic tourism was, "We're already here," which I love. So, the other niche is, for example, bird watching tourism. According to the Center for Responsible Travel, bird watching is among the fastest growing trends in ecotourism, one from which tropical and developing countries are well positioned to benefit. If Africa has something, it's birds, amazing birds. And this is a very unique offering. I've met a Palestinian colleague a few years ago, who is a bird watcher. That's a real thing. People travel the world just to do bird watching, okay? Niche tourism in Africa allows you to compete, that's it. Everyone is selling safaris and, you know, beach holidays, but let's do restriction-free destination tourism. Let's do business tourism. Let's do surfing and scuba diving tourism, bird watching tourism, movie tourism. A lot of scenes in movies have been shot in Africa. Wellness tourism, diaspora tourism, digital nomads tourism, and solo travelers tourism, and even more specific, solo female travelers tourism. So just staying on that last topic, Rwanda just recently has been announced to be the safest country in Africa for solo travelers, for solo female travelers. Now, you see, guys, these are the kind of trends that you have to make work for yourself. And if we look at the tourism industry in Africa, the Africa Business Jumpstarters, it is suffering, yes. But when you look at the offerings, they're still offering the same stuff. Safaris, some kind of wildlife expeditions, and beach tourism wherever there's a beach. And of course, they will compete for the few tourists that are coming in these days. And of course, they will suffer financially. And therefore, it is so important to look at the trends and set yourself apart, position yourself. Here is your success formula for tourism in 2022 in Africa, 2022 and beyond. Make notes if you are in the tourism industry in Africa, or that's where you plan to start the Africa Business Jumpstarters. Number one, your domestic tourism strategy needs to be bigger than your international tourism strategy. Okay, so you need to make sure you make more offerings and marketing and sales on your domestic tourism than international tourism. That's the sustainable way forward. If you are into regional tourism, and that's something you can add, then you need to build a new venture, for example, including medical tourism or trade tourism. So we already heard about medical tourism. Trade tourism is the tourism that will come up in Africa based on the free trade zone across the continent. And we will see a lot of trade happening across Africa, so intra-African trade, and travel will follow. When you go into international tourism, then carve out offerings in niche tourism and business travel, as we have just heard. Hidden trend number 4, healthy eating and lifestyle. Absolutely something that is, again, happening around the world and in Africa as well. And when I traveled to Kenya, not long ago, was it, I traveled several times, but that particular incident, I think it was in 2019, if I'm not mistaken. That summer, 3 of the Kenyan politicians had, 3 or 4 even of those Kenyan politicians had died of cancer in the span of about 2 months. And it was headline news everywhere. Everyone was talking about it. Even my taxi driver said to me, oh, we Kenyans, we're dying of cancer, because it has become a very common illness among Kenyans. There is, a lot of reasons that could be. Part of that reason is, of course, the changes in lifestyle, taking on Western lifestyle, convenience lifestyle, eating in what is it called, KFC and then McDonald's and fast food, and drinking soda and Coca and all this. Well, this, in short, all the American products. Oh gosh, America! I think you don't mind. So anyway, so a lot of Africans are taking on this kind of Western lifestyles and eating habits. That's one reason, and therefore public health is deteriorating. And the second reason is because we get a lot of imports, food imports, including from China and a lot of other countries, with the lowest quality possible. All right. And that creates a public health scare and a real problem. It's raining heavily, so I hope our internet will continue. So therefore, possible business models: open a gym or a wellness retreat, sell superfoods online, offer natural health and nutrition advice if you have the potential and the skill to do so. So this is a really, really important trend happening in Africa. And I believe there's so much space for you to come in, especially in regards to low budget business models. All right. Hidden trend number 5, agri-tech and new African supply chains. So really what we're seeing is, well, shall we call it the start of a new Cold War? So this is, these are the presidents of China and Russia meeting at the Winter Olympics. And, on the one hand, there is kind of the East or the former communist countries, and on the other hand, you have the West. Whatever you may think about it, you know, I'm not discussing political viewpoints here, but what I would like to make you aware of is that the West will look for new supply chains. They already do for various reasons, but I believe this will only become worse in terms of the trade wars happening, and therefore the West will look to Africa for new supply chains. On top of it, when you listen to one of our great business leaders in Africa, Steve Masiyiwa, he says the next billion-dollar industry in the world will be the food industry in Africa. All right. So when you see some of these big trends happening, this is perfect for you to incorporate those trends into your business models. So, for example, business concept of the future is, all right, Africa has a lot of food and a lot of food waste. What about drying fruits? Dried fruits is number one, high in demand in the West, but it's also high in demand more and more. Now you have supply issues, and that means, you know, it will be more and more difficult also to really move fruits in large quantities. Mostly it is done, of course, by air, but dried fruits will give you a good opportunity to tap into a lot of trends. The next one is to invest into cold stores. All right. And investment into cold stores, again, in my view, is a sustainable investment model. Basically, what you will be doing is you will build cold stores that are solar powered. And these cold stores will be set up either around local fruit and vegetable markets or near the airport. And or in near manufacturing, and if you have a larger capital, also near economic zones, for example, free economic zones. And basically, the model I want to share with you is a model from Nigeria, and you can see the CEO here, Nemeka. We actually invited him to our Africa Business Academy a few years ago to present the investment model. And basically, you put up a cold storage like that near a local market. And farmers usually have to waste a lot of food, tomatoes, you know, and fruits, because in the heat, they go bad very quickly and they do not have the capacities to store that food. Now, if you are positioned next to the local market, you can make these containers available to the local farmers. And for a little money, they can store these foods overnight in your cold storage. And they would happily pay the money because it is much more of a loss to throw everything away. So let's look at the business model. This is the investment style for you that I suggest. It's a long-term saving style. So let's look at the numbers that were true for this particular model a few years back. We're talking about 3-4 years back. The investment is $20,000. It was actually $22,000 for cold tubs at the time. But I looked at other cold storage. You can even put up one at 15 to 20,000. It depends on the size as well. But these ones are not too large. Return on your investment is about $1,500 per month. So this is your return on investment when you're located near a busy fruit and vegetable market. It will take about 6 months for you to set up the cold store and to make an introduction to the vendors at the market, all right? Because they don't really know what you're doing and what you're offering and what the benefit is for them. So you need to make that introduction. And the result would be that after about 18 to 24 months, you will break even. The reason being, in the first few months, you do not make $1,500 yet, all right? So 18 to 24 months, you will break even. And after 10 years of savings, listen to this, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, you will have saved $144,000. Hopefully you will not have saved it, but invested it slowly. But that is kind of the value that you have, 144,000 US dollars, plus you're making a big impact on farmers. Now, I want to hear from you, which bank anywhere in the world will take your 20,000 US dollars and give you back over 100,000 US dollars after 10 years? And the answer, of course, is no bank at all. So this particular business model may not be a business model that is strong enough to, to get you through the months. It doesn't give you enough monthly passive income to just create financial freedom on a single income stream, but it could be an additional income stream to something you're already doing, a passive income stream, because we were told by the CEO of Coltaps, all you need is 2 people to employ. One is inside this, or at the store, the cold store, to put in the products and take them out, and another one to market the product in the market. And the 1,500 profit per month was already was net profit, all right? So that was not net profit. So this is an amazing saving strategy that you could use for Africa by making an impact. Hidden trend number 6, sell convenience. And just quickly, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, we are 400 people live in the Zoom room, many more joining us live on YouTube. The rains are getting heavier here in Kigali, so hopefully we will continue to sail through. Number 6, sell convenience. A possible business model is that you offer personal concierge services, delivery services, in-house spa services, or creative childcare services, for example. So basically, the situation we do have in Africa is that people get busier, and shall I say, women are getting busier, because they are not just taking up the traditional role of the mother and the how do you call it? Someone taking care of the home, but now they also have professional jobs, and therefore they're looking for convenience. Important, of course, is that you target a certain consumer group. You need to target women who are in a big city, who are professionals and who come from a higher income class. So let's say the well-off and richer income group in Africa, and you can create amazing services that enable convenience. People will pay you for that. And it's, again, in many cases, business models can be started on a shoestring budget. Hidden trend number 7, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, new emerging African cities that are now in their infant shoes in regards to the next chapter. So let me tell you a quick story. 20 years ago, about 20 years ago, looking at Juba. Juba is the capital city of South Sudan. And Juba basically came out of a war. I couldn't find old pictures, so I found something on the left-hand side that still looks pretty quiet and maybe undeveloped. And Juba was really just kind of sand and a lot of distraction. And there was a lot of need, a lot of people who needed services and products, but hardly anyone kind of moved in to invest, except for my dear people, Eritreans. So Eritreans came into Juba very early, and I have friends, colleagues, and also parents of friends who took that step 15 years ago, 20 years ago, when it was in its infant shoes. And they, they set up in the very beginning, it was hotel units, very, very simple hotel units. I remember a colleague of mine who built out a very simple building, and the room would go at $150 per night. Why? Because people couldn't sleep anywhere else. And when I say people, it was, government visitors, UN agencies, and so on. And now all of them, I would say, for the most part anyway, are millionaires and multimillionaires, simply because they moved in very early. And that is the kind of concept, or a similar concept, that I would like to share with you in terms of the hidden trends happening. So one of those cities, in my view, is Dodoma in Tanzania. So Dodoma is the capital of Tanzania. Many of us think it's Dar es Salaam, but Dar es Salaam is the business hub and the trade hub. And Dodoma is really in the center of the country. Now, when you look at the image that you can see, that is really the kind of sleepy image that I have seen myself when I was there about 2 years ago. My father just visited a couple of months ago, and he said, it's changed so much in just a matter of these 2 years. But when I was there just 2 years ago, I think it was probably one of the very few capital cities in Africa where you can just walk from one end to the other, and there's not much out there. I mean, literally, the whole capital city had 2 4-star hotels. This is again in 2019, 2 4-star hotels, and it's a capital city. And now you had the entire government of Tanzania and the UN agencies and so on making the big move from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma. And the Tanzanians among you can tell us if that move has been completed or if it's still ongoing. But you have a huge influx now of workers, public service officer, and business travelers, UN agencies, and so on. And again, there's so much in regards to the products and the services you need. No matter what kind of industry you're in, if it's real estate, if it's the tourism industry, if it's agriculture, hospitality, tech, infrastructure development, and so on and so forth. There is so much you can do in Dodoma. Transport, for example. And this is really, look, this is the plan for Dodoma. We can see here Outer Ring Road. We can see the train, the fast train is already being built and should be almost completed, right? You let me know if it has been completed or about to be completed. Also running from Dar es Salaam to Dodoma, the new airport, real estate projects. I mean, really, I truly believe Dodoma is probably one of your best bets if you want to replicate something similar Juba 15 to 20 years ago. I believe Dodoma is the best bet of replicating your success big time. And Tanzania is a good country to do business in. Not always easy with business regulations for foreigners, but absolutely possible. And I was in Dodoma. I met with the Tanzania Investment Center. I met with the city council there. Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how welcoming they were and how many insights they gave me and how much they want to attract investors and people who do business in Dodoma. Right? The next one is Egypt. Egypt has built a new capital city. It's already, it's going to be completed apparently this year. I don't know how many of you are aware of that. So they said Cairo is, it is too congested. So they've built an entire kind of new capital city about 20, 30 kilometers outside of Cairo. And guys, the kind of opportunity that is presented to yourself when you have a kind of a new development at large scale. There's so many things that are needed in this environment. And it's a fantastic opportunity for you to come in with service delivery and with product offerings. The next, in my view, is Zanzibar. Zanzibar, of course, is an island of Tanzania, but it is making headline news again and again. It was a very kind of sleepy island. It is very close connected in regards to trade and policies with Tanzania, but it's very much its own. It has its own administration and its own development plan, so independent from Tanzania. And it has recently come up with a tourism, like a big branding strategy for the island. It wants to put Tanzania on the world map in regards to tourism. And there is a kind of a global branding strategy that has been rolled out. And so much development is happening in Zanzibar. I haven't had the chance to travel myself, hopefully very, very soon. And look at this tower. I don't actually know what it serves, but apparently Zanzibar is building the second largest tower in Africa. So I believe it is a good market that could be explored in regards to positioning yourself and seeing trends. And then, of course, we have, and this is actually number 4, we have Akon City in Senegal, which has made a lot of headlines. It's going to be a long way until that is completed. But the power in this one, I think, is that the USA and the diaspora is very, very aware of that development. And because of Akon's own links in this regard, I believe that especially those of you who are in the diaspora can create very powerful linkages in regards to service provision, investment provision, media, PR. But it's about understanding where these kind of developments have reached. I have to confess, I don't know the details for this particular one. I just want to show you trends that not many enough are tapping in, because usually we tap in when everyone else is already aware of it. It's so powerful to see the trends before most people do, and then make them work for you. So PR services, are finding out the kind of investment contribution you can make in this regard. And when I say investment contribution, I mean people who buy or occupy these offerings. So, and the last one in this regard is Africa's first green city is being built in Kigali, Rwanda. There is an image of that as well. So it is actually going to be a green city within Kigali. And that city will be running on solar. There will be transport in that sector, in that city, shall we say, and the transport will be electric transport only, and a lot of green building solutions, green service solutions, and making a minimum impact on the environment, also creating green spaces and community. And to be very honest, I can't wait for this green city to be built. I want to invest in it myself. But the issue here really, not the issue, the opportunity really here is, how can you actually connect to some of these developers if you have a powerful solution that is a green solution in terms of service offerings or product offerings? Or how can you assist with PR and selling some of it? And that is really a trend we will see across the globe in Africa. Green and smart cities are being built everywhere. The way we live will change, and hopefully for the better, because the world looks a little bit like a mess right now. But these green and smart cities really look towards community building, green spaces, and making little impact on the environment. And there's so much space, the Africa Business Jumpstarts, for you to come in. All right, and then hidden trend number 8, we're almost there, is Africa's startup scene, Silicon Valley style. So the African startup scene is absolutely booming, I am happy to say, and you are part of it. The year 2021 saw more and bigger deals closed in Africa as tech startups across the continent raised close to $5 billion US. This amount was double the previous year's investment and 9 times what was raised 5 years ago, an indication of how much the startup scene has transformed over the last few years. And you can see they're mentioning tech startups because among all the startups in Africa, it is tech startups that have received the most money in Africa. But can you see the amazing growth? $5 billion US have been raised, and it is 9 times of what was raised 5 years ago. So that then means, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, that's where you can come in as a service and product provider for startups. Maybe you help startups to access funding or investment opportunities, to prepare pitch decks for investors, because most of them are looking for startup capital. Maybe you provide digital marketing services, design services for their websites or their products, maybe recruitment services. Many of them are looking to grow their teams and they have very specific needs. Maybe business coaching, membership clubs where they can exchange ideas and network with each other, business plan services, and so on. It is a very extensive list of services and products you can provide. And what startups need is very unique. So again, this is a trend, as we can see, that's happening in Africa. But in my view, not enough offices and business offerings are actually really providing services and products that are uniquely made for startups. This is your opportunity to come in. And then we see something similar, that cities are positioning themselves as startup cities or as remote work destinations. All right. So Cape Town, for example, seeks to position itself as a remote work destination. Of course, remote working is happening all over the globe now, and it's increasing. And people are looking for countries in which they can start their own business with a laptop, living somewhere nicely. Other countries in Africa that have positioned themselves as remote work destinations is Marrakesh in Morocco. Huge. A lot of foreigners have set up their digital nomad life and their remote work life in Marrakesh, Morocco. There's a whole remote work community scene thing going on. Cape Town, South Africa, as we've heard, Cairo, Egypt, Nairobi, Kenya, Port Louis, Mauritius, Tunis, Tunisia, and Pretoria, South Africa. And by the way, Kigali is positioning itself as a new startup destination. There is a big Norwegian organization that has built a huge, very huge, startup. I think we have a picture here, sorry, startup incubator. And I think this is a picture of it. This picture was actually from that startup scene in Kigali. So what I'm trying to say is, as you can see, from Cape Town, Marrakesh to Kigali, cities and their administration or the government at large is very keen to position those cities for certain global communities to attract them. And it just strikes me how often most people are not aware of it, or if they are aware of it, they don't utilize it for their benefit in their business and their investments. And that's something I believe you should do with full intent. Hidden trend number 9, agricultural land purchases and organic fertilizers. This is powerful. So, stay with me on this one. As you can see, or you may have been aware of, land purchases, agricultural land is being bought by big investors big companies and rich people globally. I've made you aware in the past that even Bill Gates is buying up hectares and hectares of agricultural land in the USA, but he's not the only one. This is a global trend. And the reason is manifold. It is climate change, because experts and analysts believe that we will have a global food crisis in future because of climate change. It is a trade war, the trade wars that are happening already. China is hoarding millions of tons of food. They've purchased this globally and they're hoarding it in China. These are, again, news that are coming out. We don't quite know why they're doing it. Maybe they're preparing for some kind of crisis or war or attack, or they want to use it for some kind of a competitive advantage. But that is the trend, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters. Now, with that, we can also see the same happening in Africa. The demand for fertile land has resulted in international investors making large-scale land acquisitions in Africa. Africa is by far the most targeted continent in this respect, as 37% of the global number of deals and 34% of the globally acquired land for agricultural purposes occur on the continent. Well, again, it is not about what we think about it. Fact is, it's happening. And some of it can absolutely be called land grab. It is not something that's new, by the way. These large-scale land acquisitions, have been happening across Africa for many years. And it's the West in some African countries, it's the Middle East and the Arab countries and other African countries, it's China, India. I mean, we can see it happening in really large scale, and that has been named a land grab because it was not done for any kind of benefit or even job creation or local development whatsoever. But then we can also see that trend now happening among individual investors, and of course also among Africans and the diaspora. So, what I would like to make you aware, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, for those of you based on the continent, for the diaspora returning, it is so important that you see the value of the land. Very often, maybe we look down on farmers, although I think this is slowly changing now also in Africa. But the purchasing of land is, first of all, to keep the ownership also of the land. And even that is kind of, I say to keep the ownership. I bought land in Rwanda. At the end of the day, I'm also not Rwandese. Someone else may see that as, okay, our land is being taken up by foreigners. And that is an African story also. But at the end of the day, the way I see it, when the diaspora and also Friends of Africa or Africans, that go to other African countries to purchase land, when they buy land for agricultural purpose, it is usually developed and the benefit and the productivity of the land is increased, and it is of benefit to the local communities and the national development by and large. That is the kind of view that I have, but I absolutely accept that that may also vary. Today, it's another discussion maybe. Today, I just want to make you aware that this is happening. And sometimes a lot of things are happening on the globe or in our world that we do not agree with. Important is that we are not left out. And one big step towards that is awareness and to take action. And so the Africa market gap here for you is, of course, that you offer investor services for land titles. It can be very complicated. Now, here in Rwanda, it's very straightforward. Nevertheless, I'm so busy, I don't have the time to follow up with the land office, and especially if it's outside of Kigali and somewhere in the rural areas. So I have taken up the services of someone who does it all for me. And if you are based in Africa, you know your country well, and those policies, you can also learn them. That is an amazing service you can give to others, be it nationals or non-nationals, because people do not have the time or the knowledge to go through the process. Again, this is a service you can start absolutely on a shoestring budget. It doesn't need investment whatsoever. It needs knowledge, networking, and a trustful service, so people come back to you or recommend you. You can also lend tractors, machinery, and agricultural equipment. So you make capital investment into that, bringing that second hand from Europe or Dubai or China, and then you're lending that machinery in the agricultural industry, and usually you can charge by hour or by day, also very lucrative and a passive income. Farm management agency, you know, I had that idea. One of my my close friends, big sisters, you know, she's struggling so much with really managing a farm locally, and I know that many of you have that that challenge. I have heard it again and again from my clients or people in our Africa Business Jumpstart community, be they're in Nigeria or in the east of Africa or south of Africa. There is a lack of work ethics, there is a lack of trust. In Nigeria, there was very often a story that, you know, people steal from the crop or the fish farm, and quite frankly, this is happening in other African countries too. And now, if you have someone who wants to invest in agriculture, you know, who cannot be on the farm every single day to make sure work is done well, what about you putting together a farm management agency that has reliable workers that are trained, or that you are overviewing, and you provide these kind of services? I think there's a lot of value in that. But there's another big trend most people are not aware of, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters. And that is something I want to make you aware of. It is a trend that the world's phosphate crisis and trade war are going to lead to a big, big gap in the fertilizer industry. All right, so what we see here is the phosphate, and it is a natural mineral, and it is turned and manufactured into fertilizers used across the world, the Africa Business Jumpstarters, to increase food production, especially in commercial farms, but even in smaller farms across the world. Now, these phosphate reserves, you have a world map here, are really, really, really low in Africa, except for Morocco. Morocco has the biggest phosphate reserves in the world. And I've read a very interesting article, how powerful Morocco will become in the global stage, just for that fact, because food production across the world will suffer as a result of the world's phosphate crisis and the trade war over that. That means, again, whoever, let's say, becomes Morocco's friend politically, then also has access to the phosphate. So it will become a very much a political war as well. So sorry, I'm falling over my own words. And however, Africa has otherwise very, very low reserves of that, and that puts us once more in a very vulnerable position. And therefore, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, the demand in organic fertilizers will be absolutely massive. We already talked about the trend of growing health awareness in the world, where people, they want to eat organic, natural. They have realized that they're getting sick from these they're getting sick from the non-organic fertilizers. I'm forgetting my words, guys. I think we need to come to an end. So, and therefore there is a trend happening anyway, but the mass production that is happening in commercial farms, and our world is kind of depending on it right now, because that is what's feeding us. That will depend on phosphate. And if Africa doesn't have that, and there is a world trade war happening over that, Africa will depend on organic fertilizers. I think there's both pros and cons in it. There's definitely a lot of benefit in it in the long term, but it means the continent may suffer in the short term. This is where you come in. And organic fertilizers in Africa can be done from so many sources, you have no idea. It is amazing. And some of them are natural sources, which again means you don't even need to put a lot of money in the very beginning to test the concept, and then look for investments to kind of grow your venture. And last but not least, the Africa Business Jumpstarter, hidden trend number 10, the diaspora movement. Absolutely amazing. You know, when I started 7 years ago, I kind of saw that trend coming, and it was still very few numbers that were heading towards Africa back in 2012 when I started my research, and back in 2014 when I started Africa Business Jumpstart. Look at it now. We have waves of Africans from the diaspora heading into Africa to invest, to do business, to connect with the motherland, all sorts of reasons and initiatives happening. It's now not a single incident anymore of a few, but I feel it's a kind of a even more growing trend. Having said that, when it comes to the service delivery and product delivery tailored to the diaspora, I can still see so many gaps, so many gaps. A lot of people share their experiences, share the lessons learned, and there's so much value in that. But in regards to supporting, really offering services and products in this regard, there is much more demand than there is offerings. And again, I believe this is where many of you can come in, especially if you have made that journey, and you can now introduce those connections or turn your knowledge into a service delivery. So business models that you could possibly take up is to build diaspora investment clubs. I know they exist, but again, there are not many of them. Those that exist, you know, many are not well known, or you know, also the offerings are, in terms of markets, are very, very compacted towards a single market or a single industry. So again, so much space for you to come in. You may start a membership platform, similar like I have done. I have started the Africa Business Academy, which is basically my go-getter circle that I have started for the diaspora, but I'm also so happy to say many people from Africa who live on the continent have also joined. You may offer repatriation services in regards to moving, finding schools, things like that, or just become a YouTuber. I know there are, you know, many out there that are doing amazing jobs. I am on YouTube. You may be watching me there right now. I'm not a typical YouTuber because my business model, my money-making model is not based on YouTube. I'm not making my money through YouTube, but through other products and offers that I have. So my business model is different. Nevertheless, YouTube is powerful, and there's so much that you can do in regards to really filling some of the demands and the niches on YouTube as well. So, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, we have almost come to the end of the road. Of course, I would like you to take what we have learned today forward. The road to success in Africa is not an easy one, but a beautiful one, like this one you see in front of you here. And before we go to the Q&A, I want to wrap up that session in regards to working together, and then we will dive into the Q&A. So today I try to cover as much as I can in the short span of a web class to show you powerful and profitable trends not many take advantage of. And I really hope that's what you realized. Some of the trends, some of them are obvious, some of them are less obvious. The fact is that most of the business owners and entrepreneurs in Africa do not consciously make use of them to their benefit. Now you have three options. Option number one is you do nothing about Africa's huge opportunities and today's insights. And guess what? This is what the masses of entrepreneurs do. All right. They have an idea, they do their research, they get a few ducks into order, and then they just want to, run with it. And unfortunately, as we have seen at the beginning of the session, that's why we have such a high business failure rate in Africa. Option number two is that you take the new insights that you have received today and run with them. Apply them in concrete terms in your business or investment without delay. And I really want to appeal to you to do that. Look at the notes that you have taken today. Look at the trends that we have shared today. And then look at your investment model or your business model that you are either planning, or the business model that you're already running because you have been in business for a while, and really think about how can I apply some of the very common, the very strong trends that we have shared today. How can I apply some aspects of that concretely in my business? And as I've shared in the beginning of this web class today, it is so important because number one, it allows you to position yourself in a more powerful way in your industry. Number two, it allows you to compete easily with players who have been in the industry for a while. And number three, this is how you grow into the future. Because business and investment is always growing. And if you don't amend and adapt, you will lose out. And that's very important to recognize. Or number three is that you do what the masses don't do. You swim against the current, against the tide, because you have a kind of an aha moment. And again, I think that's what I have done when I started out. And I still have that as a mantra. I check, is that what the masses do? And then I kind of say, okay, maybe it is important for me to do the opposite. And very often I check in with my children like that. We may have a discussion about what to do and what not to do and why. And then I ask them, all right, what do the masses do? And then they respond, and then here you go. Are the masses financially free? No. Are the masses healthy? No. Are the masses content and happy and fulfilled and living their best life or their full potential? No. Well, but chances are, if you do exactly what the masses do, you will end up as one of them. So I always do that kind of exercise with my kids to kind of check in with themselves. And I said, look, the people in this world who are financially free, who are in control of their lives, who are healthy, for the most part, happy, or at inner peace most of the time, are only a few. But they do things differently. So it's very important that you follow them and not what everyone else does. And that's usually also what you do sitting in your comfort zone. And therefore, I would like to invite you, option number three. You stay for the remaining time of this web class. You don't switch off because you say, okay, I've heard the 10 business models, I'm done now. You learn how you can get your African business started faster and confidently with my direct support. because I will feed you every single success strategy that I know for winning in Africa. So as I have said, today I shared with you one success strategy, a very powerful one, a very important one. But adapting trends and incorporating them into your business and investment model will not be the only thing you have to do in order to succeed in business in Africa. I show you how to cut down time, risk, and related cost when doing business in Africa or investing on the continent. In short, I want your success potential to be bigger than your potential for failure. So my positioning, the Africa Business Jumpstarters, is that I help you to cut down time. That means getting things faster because you know what you're doing and you know how to do them. To cut down risk, which is absolutely important in a context of Africa because we're dealing with an emerging economy at large. And as a result of cutting down time and risk, you will cut down cost in the long term. And again, the question is, do you want to succeed in Africa? And of course, that's a rhetoric question. I know the answer will be yes, absolutely. Of course, we want to succeed. We want to succeed to create financial freedom for ourselves, to leave a legacy for our family, to make an impact in Africa and the world, to be in control of our own lives, and to contribute towards the Renaissance in Africa and play our part. The problem, the Africa Business Jumpstarter, is that the majority fails, not just in business, but because of, on top of that, the context of Africa is not a global context. It's a unique context. In fact, there is not an African context. There is a 54 type of context in Africa because we have 54 different markets. And that's why this continent is so special, and it needs a special approach. And when we want to start to learn driving because we want to get from A to B, guess what? We get a driving license and we pay an instructor to show us how to drive. We don't hop into the car, say, oh, I have a really good idea, I want to go to point B, and then we just hit the gas or do a little bit of research about how to drive. No, we get an instructor. We get someone who knows how to drive, who can teach us how to do it, who can teach us about the risks, about the success strategies in driving. And then we invest our time and money and energy to get that driving license, to go through the teaching and all of that. But when it comes to doing business in Africa or to doing business, everyone believes they can just do it themselves. I have an idea, I have done some research, I know someone that can help me, in terms of someone you met somewhere on a plane or something, and then you kind of go. And that's why we have a very high failure rate in Africa. I'm very passionate about this. Yes, I'm an Africa business coach. I want to train you, but I'm passionate about the impact we can make in Africa. I have worked in Africa to make impact on the people of Africa since 1999, right? So that is 23 years. That has been my goal. And now I am doing it in the capacity of business. And I want those startups, including your startup, to have a greater potential to actually succeed so that you can have the life that you dream of and you can make an impact of Africa. And all those failures harm our continent. And if you look at the reason why startup fail, well, the number one reason is no market need for your product or service. You think it's a great idea. Well, your market doesn't agree. That is the number one reason. But look at all the other reasons. And still we think we got it. We can figure it out. Doing business, the Africa Business Jumpstarter, is not easy. It's not for the faint-hearted. It's complex. Add now Africa to the whole picture, and it's getting even more complex. It can absolutely be done. It doesn't have to be very, very difficult, but you need to be informed in order to make informed decisions and not emotional decisions, hasty decisions, or decisions that, you know, it just feels right or looks good, but really you are not sure if this is the right step, right? So today, straightforward, I want to invite you to join our Africa Business Academy. Our Africa Business Academy is my inner circle of go-getters who want to start a business in Africa, who want to start an investment in Africa, or who want to grow an existing business the right way. Maybe you've been struggling in your existing business. Here is what you're going to get. You instantly become a respected member of our Africa Business Academy if you join today. The goal is that I want your business to survive and thrive. How? By sharing African success strategies that cut down time, risk, and related cost for you. I want to increase your potential to survive. That's it. At the end, you're still the driver. I want to show you what it takes to succeed and where the risks are or the wrong steps many take that lead to business failure. And very often I teach things and I say it, and I can see clients and members still go for what feels easier or kind of feels like it can be quicker done that way. Remember, you have to build your foundation. It takes time to build a solid foundation for an African business that can thrive. And I want to show you how to do that. So if you join the Africa Business Academy today, you get 1 year access. This is a 1 year course membership platform and course. You get access to myself and my teachings for an entire year. The market value of that, to get real-time access to an expert, the market value of that is $5,997. You also get live access to other coaches and mentors. All right. We have Pamela. She's an expert for Uganda. She's an expert for agriculture. She's an expert for import, export, and getting your products into supermarket shelves. Pamela has started with 10 farmers in Uganda. She has thousands of farmers working for her now. Her brands are sitting in over 300 outlets in supermarket shelves in Belgium, Europe, and the West. She has also been a senior advisor in the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization. So in Rome, so she has worked for the UN in the capacity of agricultural capacity building in Africa. So she knows the industry and sector inside out. We have Akosua, who is also an Africa Business Academy coach, an ABBA coach, as we call our coaches. Akosua is a PR expert for Ghana. Akosua knows the who is who in Ghana. And I'm telling you, she really does. It doesn't matter if it's in business, in government offices, up to the president office. She knows whom to connect you to in Ghana. And she invites some of her business connections to the Africa Business Academy to show you how to do business or investment in Ghana and to show you the right way. Last week, we had a company that allowed other families to invest in educational technology. Before that, a couple of months before that, we had someone from the Ghana Investment Promotion Center. That's the government office in charge of investment promotion in Ghana. They came online to talk to our Africa Business Academy member. Okay, so those are the kind of people we bring you. We have also Chinonso, who also gave another coaching session this month. Chinonso is leading a very, very fast growing startup in Nigeria. He's in business now 3 to 4 years and is employing over 40 people, 40, in 3 to 4 years in Nigeria. So he's teaching you guys his success strategies. We also have, you know, a consultant from Tanzania who comes to the Africa Business Academy to talk about Tanzania. And I am the one who really assists you with business strategies and success strategies in any market, in any industry in Africa. All right. So you get access to these coaches live. Each month we are meeting 3 to 4 times live, usually on Sundays, so everyone can join. And you're getting a lot of gems from these live sessions where you can always ask your own questions. You also get monthly training videos where I teach business. All right, so there's 2 aspects, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters. One is you have to learn how to do business. The other is you have to understand how to apply this in the context of Africa. And we teach both in the Africa Business Academy. And lastly, you are able to join a go-getter community, the ABBA community. We actually call ourselves the ABBA family. And, you know, we are a family that we trust each other. We come together, we openly share our concerns, our ideas, you know, our shortfalls, and also our celebrations that we have, and ABBA members also among each other, network. And I know that many friendships and business relationships, investment relationships have also been formed as a result of that. And I think that is really, really priceless, because it can be a lonely journey to start your African business. Not everyone may agree with you. Your spouse or your family, your friends may think you're crazy. And to have a community that has the same goals and aspirations, and to meet with that community and to have that kind of support, I think that is really, it counts a lot. And I wished I had that when I started out 7 years ago. You know, I had communities, but they were all kind of Americans and, you know, seeking success and how to do business. But it was in an American context, amazing coaches and mentors I had. I heavily invested in them, as I always said, but I did not have the community that would build African businesses. And I think that is worth a lot, because it's rare to find. And also we share business and investment opportunities in Africa in the ABBA. So this is something we have given more emphasis over the last couple of years, because more and more of the ABBA members are saying, yes, we are building our own businesses, but we are also very interested to invest our money. And therefore we are bringing these opportunities in front of you, usually with a guest speaker. So you have the person in charge talking to you, you can ask questions, and then you get the contact details. All right. And if you sign up today, you also get access to the Virtual Africa Business Bootcamp, and also to our live business bootcamp that I will be leading in March or April. ABBA members, ABBA family get free access to all of that as well. So we will have a live bootcamp coming up as well in 2-3 months. And as an ABBA family member, you get free access to all of these events. So here's what you will get. Again, 1 year access to me, leading Africa business coach globally for 5,997 market value. You also get 1 year access to 3 other business experts. And actually, these are your 3 ABBA coaches, but you get access to a range of Africa business experts. You get access to our monthly winning business training videos, to our virtual bootcamp training course, and you get access to business opportunities, investment opportunities, and networking with like-minded members in your ABBA family. The market value of that is $14,000 US, $14,200 29, and that is the market value. And I am in the coaching space. I am in the group coaching and single coaching and online course space. I have been in that space for the last 7 years, and I can tell you, you know, the first course I invested into was $1,000 US, and it was just an online course with 4 modules. Never saw the lady, never spoke to anyone. I did the course in about 3-4 hours, and it was $1,000 US. So the online coaching expert scene, you know, this is the market price. And obviously, I'm not going to charge you that, that's clear. I'm going to charge you $14,000 US for a year of access to our experts. And you may be thinking, what is my investment? So here we go. Your investment today are $97 US per month. Dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, for $97 US a month, you get 1 year access to my success strategies for Africa, to my personal group coaching, where I coach you in an environment just as you experience now, but in a smaller group, so you can ask your question every single week to me or one of the other experts. Usually I run about 2 sessions per month. This year, I think this year, I think I've already done 3. So you get access to that for $97 a month. And Frank, who is my great team member and our manager here at the Kigali office, will share the link with you now if you would like to join. Frank, please share the link in the chat box here live on Zoom room. We're still 300 people live in the Zoom room. Thank you for staying that long and looking really at the value that we can provide for you. If you are joining live right now via YouTube, then you will find the link to our Africa Business Academy, which is my inner circle, my yearly group coaching program. You will find that link after the end of the live session below under this YouTube video. All right, so you can go to my YouTube channel, look for the video and find the link. All right, so Frank, please share the link. And for $97, again, you get access to all of it. You can try it out you can try it out. There's a money back guarantee for 14 days, but usually we give it for you. You know, if you're not happy within your first month, we'll give you your money back, no questions asked. So I'm someone, I don't want anyone to feel they gave me the money and they didn't get the benefits. I rather return the money and have a good energy, and I know that I don't owe anyone anything. All right, so there is a full money giving back guarantee for the first month. So give it a try, but really I actually want it to be more than give it a try. I want you to really realize, or have realized today, that doing business is complex. Doing business in Africa is complex. I am an Africa business coach, an Africa business expert that looks for business success strategies, trends, and risk in Africa for a living. You do not have the time to do that. I've done this for 7 years. Actually, I started my research in 2012. So I have done it now for 9.5 years. And I do this for a living. So the amount of information and how I have bundled success strategies together, no one, hands down, has done this in the Africa business space. And no one who starts a business or investment or grows a business in Africa will have these insights. And now you have to ask yourself, is it worth to pay $97 to get access to that expertise? Be it because I want to start a business, because I want to start an investment, or because I want to grow an existing business and I'm not sure I'm growing well enough or growing the right way or fast enough, or I'm not sure about my next steps. So I do this passionately. I do it for a living, and $97 a month, hands down, is what I believe a very, very important investment into yourself to make sure you get access to the gems that will serve you. Not everything that we share in the Africa Business Academy will be relevant just for you, not 100%, but just take the gems and the topics and the insights and the business strategies, success strategies that will benefit you that you were not aware of, apply them. And I will tell you, you have a much higher potential to succeed than others who do not have those insights. And last but not least, because it's the beginning of the year, and that's what I do at the beginning of the year, I also want to make an even better offer for those of you who say we are absolutely in, and that is our Quantum Leap Africa 2022. If today you pay for the Africa Business Academy in full, so you're not paying the $97 monthly membership, but you're paying the whole year in full or in 2 installments, then I'm giving you a bonus, and that is free lifetime access to my Importing from Africa program. It is the market price for that. I sell that for $497 US. It is my second flagship program, How to Import from Africa. It's the first of its kind, mainly made up of the diaspora and Friends of Africa who are anywhere in the world and who want to import quality products from Africa into the world. And that is an amazing business model that you can start from wherever you are in the world. The program sells for $497 US. If you are signing up for the Africa Business Academy for full, then you get free lifetime access to the Importing from Africa program as well. All right, that's the Quantum Leap Africa 2022. And I'm only making this offer once a year at the beginning of the year. And actually, yes, also during my live boot camp, but that is also a paid access to even more teachings. All right, so you can sign up today at the beginning of the year, and Frank will share the link again. It is the same link. You just scroll to the end of the page, and you can either sign up for the $97 per month. You have full money back guarantee, no questions asked for a month, or you can sign up to the full payment or a 2 installment payment, which I will share by email with you. And if you do that and you pay full or in 2 installments for the entire year, then I will add a free bonus, which is the Importing from Africa program, which costs $497, and you get lifetime access to the importing program. Okay, so the Africa Business Jumpstarters, let me come back to all of you. Stop the screen share. And, you know, I would like to really dive into Q&A. I know some of you may have questions regarding the program. And if you have, please, maybe I'll take your questions first. But then I want to dive into your business and investment questions for Africa. I will give it sometimes, you know, last times I have given the Q&A so much time. I think we spent another hour and a half or 2 hours on Q&A. So a total of 4 hours or 4.5 hours last time. So today I will shrink that time a little bit. Maybe we'll get about 10 people, you know, roughly. I don't have a strict rule, to really answer some of your business and investment questions. And you also get a feel of what we are doing at ABBA, at the Africa Business Academy, on a weekly basis. And again, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, I think we're all here because we're interested to do business or invest in Africa. I mean, that's what's bringing us together. And we care about the continent. We also want to make changes in our own lives. The world is a little bit messy at the, you know, and again, I'm saying the West and the structure of the West is kind of trembling these days. So I also know that more and more diasporans are looking for an alternative on the continent of Africa. The tragedy again is that many diasporans leave at one point because they haven't really figured it out. So again, it is so important that you plan and inform yourself and you make concrete informed decisions and not emotional ones. It may kind of save you money in the short term, but the cost and the price you pay in the medium and long term by just trying to figure the whole thing out yourself or asking some friends, it's not paying off. But that's what the masses do. And therefore today, once more, Frank, please share the link in the chat room. For those of you on YouTube, again, I will share the link to join the Africa Business Academy in the description section after the live session has finished. But it's very important that we do things differently. Am I the one selling you the Africa Business Academy membership? Absolutely. But I'm also the one who invested tens of thousands of dollars myself in my coaching, me being coached by people who know how to do business, and joining master groups and coaching programs myself. I've invested tens of thousands of US dollars, all right? My first investment was 1,000. My second investment was 10,000. I felt out of my comfort zone each time. And between 2018 and 2019, over those 2 years, I invested 60,000 US dollars, 60, in having some of the best coaches coach me. And most of them are Americans. So they can coach me about business, but they cannot coach me about doing business in Africa. That's where I come in. All right. So yes, I'm the one offering you, but I'm also the one that knows successful people on this globe, including these entrepreneurs who are already making millions. They all have a coach. They all have a business advisor who is an expert and knows what he or she is doing. They all want to go to the next level. And I'm saying this with a former poverty mindset because I had a very strong poverty mindset. And the poverty mindset will talk you out of it. But the success mindset calculates things differently. And if you want to become successful, your mindset is the first thing to change. You are where you are today with all your struggles or financial dreams or freedom dreams because of the decisions you have made as the person you are. That's why you have reached where you're reached. I mean, I'm not saying everything is bad, but many of us want a betterment, isn't it? We want something else. We want something different. We want something better. Well, you cannot get there as the person you are right now. Otherwise, you would already be there. It hence takes a different mindset. And I'm inviting you today to do things differently. I've done it. I felt completely out of my comfort zone, spending 10,000 US dollars on a 1-year coaching program. I did it. And guess what? It's that program that made me successful, not because everything I learned, not someone was holding my hand, but because of the atmosphere, the vibe, the focus, and learning from experts, some of the gems I was simply not aware of, and then applying those gems. And that is critical. Also for ABBA members here, you actually have to apply what you learn. All right? So, and I think we have also some ABBA members in the room. So, you know, feel free to ask them also for some feedback. We love our ABBA family, and I hope many more of you will join in 2022. We're in the beginning of the year. Symbolically, the best time you can make something different, a different change, a different kind of action that you may or may not have taken in the past. Join the Africa Business family, be focused, get the expert advice, and then in December 2022, look back and you know, and say, okay, I'm on the right path. Okay, it's not an easy path, but I'm on the right path. Okay, so let's go to our Q&A now, the Africa Business Jumpstarters. I have few people raising their hand electronically. I'm an old school lady. I like when people wave into the camera, you know, when I can see. And let's see more faces. Let's see more faces. I hope more of you will be coming online on video. So let's see more faces, please. Come on, guys. Let's get the energy back in before we do our Q&A. Let's see more of you live on video, and we shall get started. All right? Okay, fantastic. Let's see more of you live on video, because feeling that community spirit is part of the empowerment. All right? So let's see your wonderful faces. And let's go. So who goes first? Who's waving into the camera? Reggie Robinson. Go ahead, please, Reggie. Oh, I need to enable you to unmute yourself. Hold on, just a sec, please. All right, Reggie, you may unmute yourself. And while you do, Frank, please share again the link to the Africa Business Academy, and Quantum Leap is the full year payment. Go ahead, Reggie.
Hello, how are you, Dr. Harnett? I appreciate you letting me come on. I'm based here in the U.S., Trent, New Jersey, to be specific. I have a financial consultant business that I've started it about a year ago, and I'll say maybe like a month ago, I recently partnered with someone over in Dubai to offer international financing. So my whole main purpose behind that is to basically help our people over in Africa, in each country, to get the cash that they need in order to facilitate like trade financing, import and export, as well as hotel developments and things like that. I'm working directly with someone in Ghana right now on a really large project as far as like hotel resorts and things like that, which I don't want to put too much information out. But my thing is this, since I'm new, my partner has about 60 years of experience in the banking industry and things like that. So, but for myself, since I'm new and I'm focusing mainly on Africa, how do I break into the industry as far as finance and pretty much offer my products to the import export businesses, as well as like hotel developers and things like that, so they know what my services are and I can pretty much build on that?
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ray. Let me ask you a quick question. So when you do when you say trade finance and so on, are you the one that is linking them up to opportunities of trade finance, or do you have a group of investors and you want to provide the finance yourself?
Yes. We work with basically like international banks as of right now. So the banks are more or less like in Dubai, China, and things like that. Some of the A+ banks that are around the world. So my job is more or less to help the clients get the funding that they need. We offer what's called, what do you call it? Bank instruments. So things like SBLC, lines of credit.
Thank you, I apologize that I'm interrupting you. I will do it probably more today, because I want to get as many questions as possible. So we will make it short, but thank you for clarifying. So here's what I would say. A couple of things. First of all, you mentioned Ghana as an entry point. And I believe Ghana is one of the best countries to start this, because it is a low risk, high opportunity country. It has good governance, good policies, regulations, also in regards to the financial industry. It has a port for trade, because you were mentioning trade finance, things like that. And it's generally a good market. So first of all, I think that ticks one of the boxes. The second thing is, you said you have someone in Ghana with many years of experiences who has worked in the banking or financial industry. I like the sound of that. I mean, it's very quick now. There's not much communication we can have, but I like the sound of it, because it's very important that you partner with someone from within the industry. Very often, especially us in the diaspora, we say, oh, I met so-and-so, and we think because that person lives there, they can help us. But it's actually crucially important that we are not just partnering with some kind of contacts we made, but that we are partnering with industry experts. And Reggie, I know you want to come in, but I have to make it very short today. It's like a kind of giving you a taste. That's all I can do today. That's why we have our Africa Business Academy, so I can spend more time. But today I will just give you a taste. So the third one, Reggie, what I would say, you mentioned the hotel industry and you mentioned trade financing. I think when you come into the market as a newcomer and you need to position yourself, it is so important that you start with one industry. You get a foot into that industry and you become known in that industry. By doing hospitality industry development and trade financing, which are completely two different industries, it will make your job much more difficult to establish yourself as a go-to authority in providing financial services as a newcomer, and it will overwhelm you. So I think one of the most important steps for you to take is, in the beginning, to choose one of them, either the hospitality industry or trade finance. And then you will connect with the right stakeholders in each of the industry. One powerful way to connect yourself is to attend industry events or to run your own industry event. For example, you can call it Trade Financing Ghana Conference. Or cocktail evening, or you can call it hotel industry, hospitality industry financing conference. And what you will do it's not easy to put a conference together, but very possible you can do this within 4 to 6 months. If you're really on it, especially when you travel and you have some people in the industry who can bring people together. Doesn't need to be a huge, big blown conference with 300 people. Could be like a cocktail evening or something like that, where you bring some of the key players under your roof because you're the organizer. And that is one of the most powerful ways to position yourself fast in any industry, by starting with an event like that. So Reggie, I hope some of it was helpful. There's so much more I could say, but unfortunately, I have many other people who want to ask their questions.
I understand. I appreciate you helping me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Reggie. Actually, to throw in, Reggie, because I think it may be, it's always of value to others as well, I know so. But Reggie, to throw in, and for everyone else, the Abba family, hospitality industry and Ghana makes completely sense because Ghana wants to become the #1 tourism destination in West Africa. So you have an entire government campaign going into that direction. Having said that, trade financing, I would focus on small traders anywhere in Africa, not just Ghana. If you have the finances, I would focus on exporters or smaller traders. If you have a kind of informal, but you don't have the informal financing, you already said you work with major banks. So then you go for exporters. If you have an informal financing, that means you have the money yourself. Let's say you have $100,000, $200,000 US, you want to start a financing business, giving traders capital to purchase their goods, and then traders.
That's how I plan on.
Best way to do it with, Reggie, I'm going to mute you, sorry. Small traders are the best way to do it with, because they purchase goods with the money you give them, and they usually quickly turn it around. It's a short loan for 2 to 3 months or 2 to 4 months, and then they can pay you back. And therefore, if you're into microcredits or trade financing, more the informal way without the banks, it is one of the most powerful ways to focus on small traders. All right, Reggie and everyone else, I hope there were some insights there. Sorry to cut you off. I don't want to be impolite. I'm just trying to be fair to everyone. Thanks for understanding, Reggie. And Mercer is next, please.
Thank you for your presentation. I was trying to get onto the YouTube channel for this live, and I couldn't find it. So can you please put the YouTube channel for this live in the chat, and is it going to stay up?
All right. Frank, can you check please YouTube channel and share a link? Yeah, absolutely. It will. You can revisit the replay or the live rather on YouTube and go through some of the insights that we've mentioned today. Yes, Mercer.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right. Nakaba, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Hannett, for the presentation. Really appreciate that. Maybe the suggestion that I can throw out before I introduce myself is just for people that have had a chance to lower their hands so that we don't mix people up, and then we'll be able to move on to second person. I am based here in Alberta, and I'm into real estate. I'm originally from Zimbabwe, but my other interest is in agriculture. Just wanted to find out, Dr. Hannett, it's a question and also a suggestion. Maybe it's for further discussion when I join the network. My interest is in creating a cluster of entrepreneurs with a similar interest in the southern part of Africa, because Africa as a continent has got different segments. I am from Zimbabwe, so we're closer to South Africa, Botswana, and we've got other countries around that space. I was just wondering whether right now there's an existence of a cluster of agribusiness entrepreneurs that are able to centralize and pull together their products and be able to export into the European market. I don't know whether there is anything like that in the Southern African space. So it's just a question that I wanted to throw out there.
Okay, thank you for that. So first of all, I mean, I'm not aware now of any kind of organized or registered entities, but we can have a look in general of what's transpiring across the continent. So when we go to agriculture in Africa, most of it is based on smallholder agriculture. So you have a lot of smallholder farmers with very limited amounts of land and production. And that, will affect both quality and especially also quantity, which is required for exports. So very often what you will find is when you have exporters, agricultural exporters in Africa, or even manufacturers who want to add value to the product through food processing, what they do is they have to aggregate those products from a big range of farmers or cooperatives. They have to build a cooperative very often as a first step to get access to the quantities that are required. Because big commercial farms in Africa are very, very rare. So in this regard, I think there is a lot of opportunity to either create a cooperative among farmers. So this is what Pamela, one of our ABA coaches, our Africa Business Academy coaches, what she has done. She has brought farmers together in a cooperative so they could produce enough for her brand that she wants to create for the export market. So, there's very often is a lack of how to do this. among entrepreneurs or people who do export, because it's kind of two jobs. You need to export. That means you need to find the export markets and do the marketing and the sales and the packaging and the transport and the logistics, but you also need to source the products. And so building these cooperatives is something that is very, very important. And you could, do that for a certain product or industry. But important is then, of course, that you actually have the buyers in the market. So, you don't just want to aggregate people and then you don't have some kind of understanding of where there's the best market for which product.
That's true.
So that is one thing, but I really believe when it comes to kind of organizing agricultural groups or entities, yes, organizing to cooperatives for production, of course, absolutely is one thing. But what I really see is a lot of struggle along the way, Nakba, in regards to real expertise and services. So, for example, people produce, but then there's no storage facilities. People manufacture food products, but then they have no idea where to get the packaging from. People want to export, but there's no cold storage for their product. There are so many aspects along the agricultural value chain that are really broken, and I've shared some of them today. And I believe that if you bring together, for example, experts, and you choose one particular problem in the value chain, that's when you can become of real value. I believe a mistake that many of us very often do is we want to do too many things, too many products, too many problems in the value chains that we want to kind of solve. And I think the real success strategy, and it's there's a lightning and thunderstorm again, so hopefully we're good. I think the real important aspect is to find one product that is really high in demand, maybe in Zimbabwe or any other country that you plan to get this started. Find one product that is high demand for export and that has a lot of potential. Study the value chain of that product in your particular market. Speak to people in the industry. Speak to the stakeholders around that product, both from primary production up to manufacturing, up to export, and understand where the gaps are. And then become providers to solution of one of those gaps. And it could well be by bringing the experts together who can provide that service or that expertise or that product, such as packaging or something like that, or the cold storage, and become the go-to authority for that product and that particular challenge for that product in the value chain. So one thing the Africa Business Academy, Africa Business Jumpstarters that I teach is, it is so important in the beginning that you narrow down and you become specific. Very often a mistake that new startups and entrepreneurs make is, we want to look like professional, and then in our website, or when someone asks what do you do, we have listed a whole range of things and services and products that we can do, and we kind of feel that this empowers us, or it strengthens our what's the right word,
credibility, maybe.
Maybe credibility is a good word. I was looking for a different word, but that's good too. Absolutely. And it actually does us absolutely a disservice, because doing business in Africa is not easy. Understanding now several products, several challenges, and offering several solutions will put you completely into overwhelm, and you do not become an expert in one thing, and people don't even know what you stand for. Right? So that's similar what I said to Reggie in the beginning. Don't become the guy who brings the solutions for the hospitality industry and for the trade, because then people don't know, you're new, and now people don't know what you really stand for. So it is so important that you become specific and you look for the problem and you say, okay, I can provide a solution for that one. Let me just, for the next 2-3 years, really become an authority for that. And I think that's the best way forward. All right.
Thank you so much. That is very useful. Thank you.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Fantastic. Ayana, and then Manny. Yes, go ahead, Ayana, please.
Hi, Dr. Harnett. How are you? Happy New Year.
Very well, thank you, Ayana.
So a couple of things. One, I wanted to know how I could do individual coaching with you. That's one. And the second thing is I put something in the chat for you. The email that you guys have for me is not the correct email. So I've been missing most of the lives, and I kind of had asked for that to be changed twice before and it hasn't been changed. So I've been missing out.
Okay, Ayana, so let's do, Crystal is not here, but Frank is in the room. Please share your email address so we can change it.
Okay, I did.
So Frank shall make a note. That's one thing. Otherwise, email Crystal again at info@africajumpstart. All right.
I said it twice or 3 times. She said that there was an issue, and I don't understand why you guys.
Ayana, so I really apologize. So what I will do, because I don't want to do too much administrative, it's boring for the rest to listen to that. So share it here, and I will write it down myself.
Okay.
Share it here with me, so to make sure you get the answer. And Ayana, in regards to one-on-one coaching, you know, I used to do this a lot, and right now it's really beyond my capacity. So first of all, the people who even get the chance to do one-on-one coaching are people within my academy, right? So that is already my inner circle, my inner family. They're the closest to me. And even there, I sometimes have to turn down, because now I'm running a second company, and one-on-one coaching is incredibly time intensive. Okay. And that's why, and I only impact then a handful of people. So that's why I've opted for group coaching programs. But whereas in the academy, the Africa Business Academy, the program I've been promoting today, we used to have only one live session per month. We now have almost a weekly live session per month. So that means we are much more hands-on than we used to be. And hopefully you will get the guidance you need through that group coaching program. All right. So, okay, I got it. Yanni, because, okay, I promise to reply, okay?
Thank you.
All right, yeah, you got it. All right, who goes next, please?
Hello, Dr. Harnett. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Mike. Sorry, Ayana, those were your questions, right? Or did you had another one?
Sorry. Yeah, I had one more, but you can go ahead. I'm
sorry, go ahead, please, go ahead.
I just was wondering if you can recommend something for Tanzania. I heard what you said about the farming and the agriculture. It sounds kind of interesting to me, but is there any other field that you would recommend for Tanzania?
Tanzania is big in, I would say, tourism is a very good industry to get started in Tanzania, especially as someone from the diaspora or who comes to Africa for the first time. I'm just putting it out there because we have a lot of these people. I don't know your background, but tourism is a great industry to start. Tanzania is, of course, a leading tourism destination in Africa. They are very big in kind of promoting that, but on top of it, it's also a great business idea that you can start with little capital, because what you can do is you can put a tour together in Tanzania, and we've seen today in detail what kind of works and what doesn't. So if you haven't seen it, please watch the replay. And when you carve out your niche and you put a tour together, it's about getting the tourists, and they will pay for the tour, and from that money, then you can buy the tour, buy the rental for the tour bus or anything else you need. So it's a great kind of business concept to start in Africa, to put a very unique tour together and then to just market that. We had someone in the academy who has done that brilliantly. He's done it for Tanzania, and he has put together, it was, what was it called? It was, basically it was about learning I forgot the name of the brand. It will come to me maybe in a little while. Mainly his tours were about learning about Tanzanian lifestyle. So he would take you on a tour, see how people do the fishing, and then you can do the fishing with them. And then you prepare a local fish meat at the beach with the locals. So it was all about finding Tanzanian cultural aspects and letting tourists to feel and explore that and to participate in real time. And very unique, beautiful tours he has put together. And, you know, we helped him in the academy also to do this and to find the right strategy. And that's it, you know, he's been selling his tours. And what stands out is the uniqueness of the tour that he's offering, because no one else kind of is offering it that way. So that is a brilliant way to get started in Tanzania. And then you have Zanzibar just, you know, across the kind of, it's kind of, I think it's an hour by boat or something like that, by ferry, and it provides also ample opportunity there. So it's two beautiful destinations that you can link up. So I think that would be a great industry to get started in Tanzania. All right, sorry about this, Mani, go ahead, please.
Hello, Dr. Harnett. Thanks for taking my question and thanks for the great presentation. So I've started doing beekeeping and macadamia in Kenya. I was just curious about your thoughts on opportunities that I could explore with those two.
Mani, sorry, you were breaking up. I got you do beekeeping and macadamia. I think it's at my end.
Yes.
The internet is a bit.
Yes, so
guys?
Yes, so I was just curious on your thoughts on what opportunities there are that could be exploited in those two areas.
Okay, can you hear me? It's on my end. It was unstable internet. Yes, macadamia and beekeeping, and you just wanted some input in this regard?
Yeah, just opportunities that could be explored, or just your take on some areas that could be explored. Okay. Those two.
All right. Okay. Absolutely. So here's what I think. First of all, yes. And Mani, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can hear you now. It was breaking up a bit, but I can hear you now.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right, so here's what I would say. Both of them are really great products with great potential, honey and macadamia nuts. Macadamia nuts, the demand for nuts in the world has absolutely grown considerably. There's a huge demand globally, but also within Africa. Macadamia nuts are very, you know, are kind of high-end nuts, and they need like 5 to 7 years for trees to mature. And they are hugely in demand. I know 2 macadamia nuts companies here in Rwanda. One is Rwandese owned, the other one is Chinese owned, and both of them say they have more demand than they have supply. And there's also actually, for those of you in agriculture, there's also a market for macadamia nut seedlings. So I've heard that they imported the seedlings at $5 a seedling from Kenya because they couldn't get it anywhere else. So even that is, you know, a good side business. And for those of you in agriculture, by the way, I would plant nut trees such as macadamia around your crop, because it doesn't really take much care, you know, or input. And the tree grows, it provides shade and a good soil moisture for your crop. But it also provides ample value later once you can start harvesting the nuts. So demand is there, supply is short. Macadamia is a great product. It also has a relatively long shelf life. Honey, absolutely also wonderful product, because you can produce honey in so many regions in Africa, and you have you know, a lot of local beekeepers that you could kind of aggregate together and for them to produce the honey for you. Now, here's the thing with honey. There's pros and cons. The pros: demand on the global market is huge. The production of honey is actually declining because of the numbers of bees declining. So the demand is actually growing and the value for honey is growing worldwide. And I think Africa has a huge potential to fill that gap. Number two, with the health awareness growing, it's, people want to get rid of sugar. They rather consume honey. It also has a lot of health benefits. And so even within Africa, the demand for honey is on the rise. So now you have a market locally, regionally, and internationally that wants honey. And it's always a good product if you have a local, regional, and international market, because any risk or shock may hit. It may hit the local market, now you can export internationally. It may hit the international market and you cannot export for whatever reason. Now you have the local and regional market still to sell to. So this is one of my success strategies for those of you in agriculture. Look for products that you can sell locally, regionally, and internationally. First of all, you can never produce enough in the beginning to export internationally straight away. You can't, unless you're a huge investor, because you cannot in the beginning get the quality and the quantity to export internationally. Yeah, I say it again, you cannot get the quality and you cannot get the quantity to internationally export in the beginning for the first few years. And therefore you need to focus on the local and the regional market in the beginning. So it's also your growth strategy, but more importantly, it is your risk reduction strategy. Because international markets can get hit for whatever reason. There's a trade war. EU says, oh, this particular country in Africa, they found some kind of pest, exports halted for these products. And that's it. And if you are, or you have a big buyer and suddenly there's something happens to the buyer and he's not buying anymore. Oh, we had these scenarios manifold. Now your business is going, collapsing because that international market that you've been depending on is not there anymore. But if you have equally a product that is high in demand locally and in the region of Africa, where your eastern region, western region, now you always have a market. So it is a smart growth strategy and it is a very smart risk reduction strategy. So for honey, the negatives are when you export, it is a live product. So it needs a lot of handling in terms of quality assurance. It always needs to be tested. Each batch of honey needs to go through proper testing to be let through in the EU or in the West or anywhere else, because it's called a live product. So it can have live bacteria and things like that. So it makes the export of honey more difficult. That is one thing. The second thing is with macadamia nuts. Okay, they collect the nuts. I don't know, you have a facility to dry them and crack them. It's pretty straightforward. When it comes to local honey production, most locals do not produce the honey to international standards or to even high quality standards. There's only a few that really understand. So for example, Ethiopia, Kenya, they have very good local experts on honey production. But across Africa, what you will see here in Rwanda, I can tell you, Rwanda, well, first of all, Rwanda has a lot of rain. So, I mean, there's honey production, but you need to go towards certain areas towards Tanzania where there's less rain and more dry season, because bees don't like too much rain. But when you look at the honey production here in the local market, it's, sorry to say it, the quality of a honey is terrible. And I say it because I've been raised in Germany, where we have some of the best honey producers in the world. Here, anyone who knows good honey knows that the honey in Rwanda is tampered with. It's either something added, although it's against the law, by the way, something added, or they're heating it. It is so liquid and so, I mean, it's just not good quality. So to stand out, even in the local markets in Africa, and this is not just Rwanda, by the way, to have a good quality honey is very rare. it in Africa or for exports. And so there's a lot of space for you, but it is more complex than the macadamia nuts. But honey, you can have it immediately within a year. Macadamia nuts, you need to invest into the tree for 5 to 7 years. So there's also content, okay? So you need to weigh up. You need to weigh up, all right? Both excellent products. Okay, you're welcome. Who is next? Miriam, please, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Miriam, please, go ahead.
So I want to congratulate with you for the passion that you put doing your job and sharing your experience. So I admire very much. Yeah,
Thank you, Miriam. Thank you so much. Yes, please, your question. Miriam.
Yeah, my question was I want to know this year, no, which is the best way to start, like. So I was thinking to start something like agent. So yeah, and I want to know, because for a person like me that doesn't have any experience, which is the best way to start. So
okay, when you say agent, do you mean for products, agricultural products, like import agent, or for?
Yeah.
Okay, and I kind of assumed, because I talk a lot about importing, becoming an agent for importing, but of course, it can be other industries also where you create connections. So as an agent, really, what you do is you connect the seller in Africa with the buyer somewhere else in the world. And as we have mentioned during the course of this web class, to start trading food products, in my view, is one of the best ways forward and sustainable ways forward. Also, to start trading food products out of Africa, so exports into the world, and not the other way around into Africa. But because Africa wants to boost its exports, and you get a lot of support in this regard. So what you have to do, Miriam, is you have to find, first of all, the product that you would like to sell wherever you are. You need to start with seeing what is the demand in my country where I'm based, in my market, and which of those products that Africa have, all right? Once you narrow it down, maybe choose 2 products and compare them, Now you need to find suppliers in Africa. You need to find reliable suppliers for those products and order a sample. And I say in the beginning, I think it is a good thing to start with 2 products, to test 2 of them for a month. And then you can see where the demand is higher in your market, in your country. And then you choose the one that has a higher demand. So I like to give it like a quick test version for a month or so. So you then order the samples into your into your country that you will receive by air shipment, usually within days. All right. And now all you have to do is to look for the potential buyers. Let's say you have coffee and gluten-free cassava flour. Now you need to go online and see who are the potential buyers in my city. You start with your city or your country of cassava flour, or your country of cassava flour. Who are the potential buyers of coffee? And then you make an Excel list, a sheet. You start reaching out to them by phone, by email. You have to position your products and see if there's an expression of interest. So Miriam, again, time is short. I cannot give much more insights, but are you in our Importing from Africa program?
No, I was thinking to join, but I didn't because it's not for money, of course. It's just because I was confused and
So Miriam, I'm so sorry also that I will cut you short, because again, I'm so aware of everyone else who wants support. But here's what I would say. If you're interested in this particular business model, I have a program called Importing from Africa program. All right. Okay. And you can email us at info@africajumpstart.com to get access, or you join the Africa Business Academy and you will get free access. If you join for a whole year, you will get free access to the importing program. It's a good business model to start. generally. That's why I'm promoting it. And you can start it from wherever in the world you are. And it's a flexible business model. But you need to start with a demand-driven approach. What does my market need? What does Africa have? I need to find a supplier. You then get the samples. You then reach out to potential buyers. I've done the test myself. It works. All right. I got an expression of interest in Germany. The first one after 10 days, the second one after 13 days. And I'm talking big companies in Germany who expressed interest. I compared tea and gluten-free cassava flour. In Germany, I got much faster and more expression of interest for the gluten-free cassava flour than for the tea. Tea is very competitive in Germany. So that's why I say it's a good exercise to test it for a month and to say the real expression of interest, how does it compare? And then you go for one product. All right. But I really suggest you join our Importing from Africa program. That's where we teach all of this in detail. All right.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
You're welcome. Hisense, please. Hisense U962. Otherwise, AJ Koto.
Yeah.
AJ,
Hello.
yes,
Yeah.
AJ. Go ahead.
Okay. Hello. Hey, Doctor. Thank you for a very informative presentation. Very worthwhile and timely. My first question is: will there be a replay of this Zoom call?
Yes, absolutely. Yes, AJ, there will be. You will get the link by email, and you can also watch the replay on my YouTube channel. Okay,
a friend emailed me. How do I get on your email list? Because I'm not. A friend just sent me your link, and I came on.
All right. Right. Well, I don't have it right now. But what you can do is you can go to my YouTube channel.
Okay.
You go to the last video I uploaded, which is I Moved Again.
Okay.
Right. That was the title.
Okay.
I just uploaded it a few days ago, and in the description box,
right,
it will say join my mailing list. You can.
Okay.
And you can join there.
The last question is, okay, I belong to a network of Africans here in the United States who have a 5-year plan of getting back to the motherland, going back home. And this would be something that we'll be very interested in terms of when will your next presentation be, so that I can send a message out to my community. All right. Yeah. Yes.
So thank you for that, AJ. I would say once you're signed up to the mailing list, I just shared with you where you can do this. You will always be informed about the live sessions, and you will get the access details to the live hangouts into your email. I would say your entire team can maybe join the Africa Business Academy.
Okay.
If you come as a group, I will give you a special group discount. You need to contact me.
Okay, great. Right? Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye. Yeah, I've given group discounts for groups like this before. It makes sense if you're already organized. I think important is that the people are really serious about starting a business or investment on the continent, because that's what we teach.
Right. Great. Thank you.
Okay. You're welcome, AJ. So Hisense U962, if you hear me, unmute your microphone. Otherwise, Jello. Or Nikhil, or anyone who is fast. Business like speed. Go ahead.
This is Nikhil Winston.
Yes, please, Nikhil, go ahead.
Okay. You were just speaking to AJ. AJ referred me as well. So we are both new. We talked about, I have a nonprofit. We have been doing business in Ghana since 2022 out of South Haven, Mississippi. And we are expanding, but I'm as well as an entrepreneur as well. So I want to look into other ways to do business in Ghana specifically, and then expand into other markets in Africa. So I think it's important for us to, as we build relationships, also build other types of relationships through business that will make sure that what we're doing is sustainable. So that's so I appreciate your time. I appreciate the presentation that allowed me to think a lot of different things. And I think that this is the type of business community that I would like to be a part of.
Okay, great to hear, Nicola. Yeah, I mean, well, we have much more on our plate than you heard today. Today was really just like getting a kind of a taste of it all. But as you have just said, you have probably many ideas and interests. And Africa is vast, and so are the industries across Africa. And the business models you can possibly start are endless. The business and investment models. So yeah, we would be happy to welcome you in the Africa Business Academy, and the communication and the story continues there every single week. So yeah, I hope to see you there, and thank you for your kind feedback. And who is next, please?
Haile.
Yes, Haile, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm Haile from the origin of Eritrea, and I'm living in Luxembourg, Europe. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Harnett, because you contribution a lot of things for Africans, because Africa is very rich continent and very interesting at this moment, especially at the year of 10 years or 20 years. But I would like to ask some question. My question is, if you have no residence, let's say I'm not nationality in Luxembourg, but I have residence, permanent residence, because I am a refugee in the political Luxembourg. But maybe after 3 or 2 years, I have applied in citizenship. But how is my residence for invest in Africa? What is the advantage and disadvantage? Because for business, security is very important first, before money, you have to prepare mentally and security. So what can you give me some advice about that? And thank you so much. God bless you for all contribution and this meeting Zoom every day. I appreciate, and thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Haile. Thank you for that. Yeah, yeah, of course.
Actually,
Also,
Haile is my father's name, and my name is Tesfai, because already always contact with you. I'm Tesfai,
okay.
so my Haile is my father's name, second name.
Okay, Tesfai. All right. Thank you so much, Tesfai. Yeah, I mean, of course, you're also not the only one. We have a lot of refugees, Eritrean refugees, African refugees, who are also trying to, to see opportunity and try to improve their lifestyle. So first of all, I think it's, it is very, very important that you choose a country where, there is good rule of law and good governance. Because especially as a refugee, also you want to know that not only your business and investment is protected, but also your personality and your life is protected. And I think for that reason, it's very important the kind of the countries you choose. I would say some of the countries with really like a very strong governance in that regard, I would say is Rwanda in the east, Ghana in the west, and in the south, Botswana and Namibia. All of these are, except for Ghana, also smaller countries, but very good governance, and generally where your rights are protected. Because unfortunately, we can also see in some countries that even refugees who do business and they don't have the right papers are at risk in regards to their life because of politics. So I would choose maybe one of those countries to look into what you could do. But important is, I think, Tesfai, that you really look into the kind of interest and contribution you can make. So these are different countries that have different industries and kind of different trends. And it is important that how can I come in? Also, what is my situation? Do I want to lead the business from afar? So am I staying in Europe and I want to manage something from afar? Do I want to move to Africa? That's one question to ask yourself. The second is also, do I have money to invest? Maybe I have a community or something and we want to invest together. or I want to start something on a shoestring budget. That is something everyone among you guys should ask yourself, because the business model or the investment model that you will choose will really vary according to these circumstances. Are you going to be on the ground or from afar? Is it a shoestring budget model or not? So that's why for now, because because we have only short time, and because I don't really know your interests and what you're trying to build, and the time is too short. But I would look in one of these 4 countries I've mentioned: Rwanda, Ghana, Botswana, Namibia, and where your rights are protected. And the second is to choose the right business model for you, according to how flexible you are and what your budget is. Just like there's a whole big communication and chat we could have around that, of course, but unfortunately time is short, so it's very difficult for me to make very detailed, give detailed insights. But it's possible. That's why it is very possible, and that's what I want to let you know. So what you have to ask, of course, in terms of if you have, you need to have a travel document. That's of course important, and be able to return where you came from. So that is important. So
it's better if you write in details in my mail, because when you explain it's lack of time now, it's very short. So it's better if you.
That's why you see the problem that I have, and I would absolutely love to support. And what I want to all make you aware, and this is why I have these live sessions. And I know there's not enough time to go into all the details of your questions. The problem is, or let's say the challenge is, due to the nature of my work, I get hundreds of emails from all sorts of, including my own country people, Eritreans who are all over the world, who want help, advice, support, then clients, then people from across Africa. And it just exceeds my capacity to give that kind of advice by emails, because we're talking about hundreds of such requests. So unfortunately, the only way to get more access to me is through the Africa Business Academy, or watching my free programs, and to get as much insight as you can from free training I provide. I wish you all the best, Tesfaye, for that. Yes, Jallo, I'm going to finalize after the last people who are raising their hands. So we have Jallo, Patrick, Perelade, Collins, and Judy. And please don't raise your hands afterwards, because I'm going to close after Judy. All right, go ahead, please. Whoever.
Hello, Dr. Annette. How are you?
Yes, go ahead. Well,
Happy New Year. Thank you so much for the good representation. And I'm so glad that I'm part of this. I just want to ask a quick question, and that is regarding my positioning. This is importing green coffee from Kenya. I'm based in Germany. After doing all my maths, bringing the coffee to the client, they're like, okay, it's good, but it's a bit expensive. Since they compare their prices with other big companies who order probably bring in large containers. So how do I position myself? Thank you.
All right. Yeah, you're right. I think, Collins, you have chosen the most competitive market that there possibly is. I mean, when we're thinking who is the biggest exporter of coffee in the world, is Germany.
Sure.
Funny enough, they're not growing a single bean, but they're the biggest coffee exporters worldwide. So it's a very competitive market in Germany, with a lot of players. And I'm not convinced that importing the green coffee will be the right way to position yourself, because you have a lot of people already doing it, as you've rightly mentioned. And so I believe maybe your way to position yourself is in the beginning to bring actually a roasted coffee in, a kind of a branded product, something that is already branded. And Kenya has some great brands that kind of reflect the African story, the Kenyan story, something that you cannot find in German shelves. There's also Beyond Fair Trade, there's organic, There's amazing brands out there. So I think it could be easier to start with samples for that brand, to bring in that brand and try to see if you can get it into shelves, especially if you can stand out specialty coffee. So you want high-end specialty coffee with a higher profit margin, then something with a strong African story, then possibly organic and fair trade or beyond fair trade. So if you can tick some of these boxes, now you have actually already taken out the majority of coffee companies in Germany, because there's only few who set themselves apart in this way. And then I think that would be your way into the market. And then you can, how do you say, you can get to know the industry, you know? And once you know the industry, and you have the contacts, now I think it's much easier to get into maybe with larger bulk imports. So I have a colleague, you can maybe check the story of, is it called MAK Africa, M-A-K Africa. It's also a coffee brand in Germany, started by a Tanzanian who also lives in Germany. And,
I know him, yeah.
You know him, yeah. So maybe to also look at his success story, because he has successfully positioned himself. And I remember when he did a live session for us, what he has done was he shared the story of Mount Kilimanjaro so strongly that people could relate to that, and they bought the story with the coffee. And then at one point, there was a Starbucks coffee shop opening in the same road. Then he had his coffee shop in. And he said, I wasn't worried at all, because we had positioned ourselves so much that people were buying the value and the story. Similar as the share company that the share, I don't know if you were in the beginning, the company Share that I shared how they positioned themselves powerfully. Yeah, you were there. So I think that's what you have to do to break into the German coffee market. But other than that, it's as you said, with green coffee, the margins are small and the competition is huge. So I think it's a better way to start with a already branded specialty coffee with much higher margins and a much better potential to set yourself apart.
Thank you.
Yeah?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, sometimes I feel like, because I'm just giving you like a quick tip, and I don't know if Tesfa is still in the room. I would like to give so much advice and so for each one of you, but it really exceeds the capacity. As you can see, today we were 400 people live in the Zoom room. So many people have questions. And I get so many emails from across the world. It's just beyond my capacity to give each and every one of you attention. That's why, again, I have the group session, group program, the Africa Business Academy. Frank, if you're in the room, you may share the link again. And that's how I think I can make the biggest impact, by teaching groups. And yeah, so sometimes I feel a little bad that I kind of cut you short and I don't say more, but unfortunately it's the scenario and we don't have much more time. We're already beyond our time and I have more people in the queue. So let's do this. Jallo, Patrick, Perlat, and Judy. And let's get your quick questions, please, before we close.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Hi, this is Patrick here. And I have a question. First of all, thank you so much for your great work, Dr. Harnett. My question is, I'm interested in getting into the area of renewable energy, particularly in solar farming. And I wanted to get your thoughts about the best strategy, practical strategy to get into this service, particularly given the fact that there is a lot of Chinese Chinese is participating quite a lot with the government's in this area. So if you can share your thoughts, I would really appreciate it.
Quick question. A quick question. Are you planning to import the solutions and then install them, or are you thinking of manufacturing some of them, locally?
I am thinking of preferably manufacturing them locally, mainly the, like the solar modules, the solar panels, and also to look at like solar farming, like where we provide like like we put a large scale of solar panels and provide local communities with electrification.
Okay, so here's what I would say quickly again, because I think that's the theme today. Really, so here's what I would say, Patrick. So first of all, I would go for a low risk, high opportunity country with a country with low corruption. And the reason I'm saying that is because I have followed, a few solar power companies. A close colleague of mine built one of the biggest solar companies in Nigeria, and the struggles he went through by first importing the solar panels and then not being able to get them out of the port because of the high corruption, and then trying to install them in the country and going through to wherever he had to install it, he has to pass so many checkpoints and everyone wants something. So he lost so much money in almost his entire business in the beginning by simply being in a market that was not easy to maneuver, but it was his country. It was, he was from the US, but he was Nigerian. And so what I would say is it is much easier to start when you start out for the very first time in this industry. And again, with business in Africa, I would take a low risk, high opportunity country, make sure it's a country with low corruption, because it is an industry where you will come across, let me mute everyone for better audio. It is an industry where you will come across port authorities and government authorities quite a bit, and so low corruption will make it easier for this particular industry. And then also, whom are you targeting? I think this is very, very important. You mentioned, of course, providing solar panels to communities to provide electricity. And absolutely, if you want to become a social enterprise, I would recommend another strategy, which I believe is more powerful, and that is to actually target those who can afford it first, in particular companies, in particularly manufacturing companies, because they really heavily depend on the availability of power in order to produce. And therefore, they see the pain and the loss that is being experienced as a result of not having power, even for a couple of hours. So therefore, they would invest into getting the benefit of accessing that. So I would really target companies, in particular manufacturing companies, with solar power solutions, and kind of become a kind of go-to authority in that regard. And once you understand the industry and you know your business, I would then go towards maybe providing it, for local communities to, let's say, help them in their lives. But first, it's so important you actually make money, because the money will guarantee the survival of whatever you're trying to do. And therefore, we often think of helping the poor, and of course, we want to make that impact. But if we're poor ourselves, meaning we're not generating income, it is so difficult to do this in meaningful ways for local communities, unless you're a social enterprise or a non-profit and you fundraise the money from other sources. So yeah, I would take that approach of targeting companies or high-end households. And choose a country where you have low risk and low corruption. It will make your life a lot easier. So that is the kind of insight I can give you at this point as a quick strategy.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr.
Okay, you're welcome. Judy. Oh, Priska, you were late. I said I'm going to stop with Judy. Judy, yes, but okay, Jallo, Judy, and Priska. So this is my final word. If you raise your hands after Priska, you're not going to be heard today. So Jallo, Judy, and Priska, and then we shall close. Go ahead, please. Any one of you, you may take the microphone.
Good evening. Hello, it's Jallo.
Yes, Jallo, go ahead, please.
How are you?
Very well, thank you, Jallo.
Thank you very much for your inspirational advices. Very nice. I really enjoyed it. This is my second time joining you. I'm from Sierra Leone, but I live in Rome, Italy. I have a farm in Sierra Leone, Freetown. We're about to produce pepper and tomatoes. It's a small farm, about half an hectare. My question is, which other line of business would you advise in Sierra Leone?
Right, Jallo. Okay, so, you know, when it comes to Sierra Leone, it is not as strongly, let's say, not as strongly emerging as some of the other countries in the region or on the continent. So in a lot of industries, it's still very much in its infant shoes. And therefore, I actually believe that by choosing agriculture, I think you probably chose one of the best industries for Sierra Leone. So I think this is a good venture to kind of see how you can position yourself in a meaningful way locally, first of all, and then regionally, possibly at one point internationally. And important is that you kind of find the right product now to produce. So you mentioned pepper and tomatoes. I assume most of them are, you know, produced also by other farmers. It's a kind of a local produce to some extent. You know, it goes hand in hand with the traditional produce in local farms. So I think it is so important, Jallo, that you see how can I position myself differently in Sierra Leone. So one thing I would do is I would reach out to hotels and restaurants in Sierra Leone, especially the ones that are a little bit higher end. So reach out to the hotel managers, to the restaurant managers, and really ask them, okay, which products, you know, can you seek locally very easily? Which products would you love to be able to serve your clients, but you have a difficulty sourcing it in Sierra Leone, or sometimes there's supply and sometimes there isn't. And which products are you importing altogether because they're not available in Sierra Leone? So by targeting the hospitality industry, hotels and restaurants, you're really targeting very valuable, powerful potential buyers. And they will give you very interesting insights in regards to the products they believe are of much value to them. And how I would position myself, Jallo, in a industry, in a country that is heavily depending on agriculture, and the dynamics of other industries can be slow. How I would position myself is to become the go-to expert for certain products, food products for the hospitality industry. So really carve yourself out a niche so that hotels, because more hotels will come. Sierra Leone also has a tourism industry, you know, and I'm sure this will be growing. So by carving yourself out as becoming the go-to expert for food items for the hotel and tourism, hotel and restaurant industry, you really take an approach of people coming to you for certain products that they cannot easily source elsewhere locally. And this way, you will be the only one who who does that instead of competing with all the other farmers who also grow tomatoes or things like that. So Gerald, that is a positioning strategy that I would definitely try for Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I appreciate, and I'll try to put this in practice.
Okay, fantastic. If you visit, let's say 5-7 hotels in Sierra Leone, higher end, and the same for restaurants, maybe a total of 20 hotels and restaurants, even just 15, and you speak with the hotel or restaurant managers, the amount of market insight you receive, the amount of industry secrets and gaps you receive is amazing. You don't need any other research.
Thank you very much. I'll do that.
Okay, you're welcome. Patrick, Judy, Priska?
Hi, it's Judy. Are you hearing me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you for this platform. I really do enjoy it. Thank you so much. I make this product in my kitchen. I am ready.
Sorry, say it again, Judy?
I make a product in my kitchen. It's a health product, a kitchen bar. I'm ready to start manufacturing. I'm at a crossroads. Do I start in the US or do I move to Namibia and start manufacturing in Africa? Because all my ingredients are sourced from Africa, right? So what is your advice? And if it's Namibia or any other country in Africa, maybe Ghana, but my preference is Namibia, how do I get a list of co-packers in that country so I can start manufacturing my product?
Okay. Did you say it was a nutrition bar, like a snack bar?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Judy, here is how, and I'm sure others will have like a similar question. This is what I would do. I would actually start with really asking, what is it that I want? That you, Judy, what do you want out of life and your next 5 years or 10 years? Because at the end of the day, I really believe that our business is kind of the tool to getting us in life where we want to be. So let's say, I don't know, because I don't know your situation, but let's say you absolutely hate it in the US, you can't wait to leave. Oh, by all means, and you have the financial kind of startup capital, by all means, start in Namibia. If you're saying, oh, I have family in the US, I need to take care of.
No, I'm ready to move. I'm ready to.
You're ready to go.
So how do I do this?
All right. So in that regard, I mean, if that's the case, so here's the thing. Namibia is, generally speaking, a fantastic country because it is very low risk. It is high opportunity. However, having said that, the market is relatively small. The country is large, but the market in terms of population is very slow. Now, it has pros and cons. What I love about Namibia is it is very low risk. It's one of the lowest risk countries in Africa. It has fantastic infrastructure. So some of the headaches you would experience in Africa, elsewhere in Africa, you will not experience in Namibia. Number 3 is actually positioned quite well in regards to the wider region, in regards to potentially export your product as well. And it has great markets that it is surrounded with where there's great potential. So all of these are really on the plus side, and it has an easy business environment. So a lot to speak for Namibia. Now, in regards to the market, penetrating that with successfully with your product, a snack bar, is it possible? I'm sure it's possible. I have to really say, Judy, that for this particular one, I don't have enough insights in regards to how the consumer dynamics in Namibia or Windhoek, would really how they look like in order to say, oh, I think you can really make a powerful entrance this way. So I have to confess that I think it's important that you understand or look into the consumer base and the consumer dynamics in Namibia. but I think it can be done, and especially it has a lot of great regional export markets. All right. So for me, generally, I love Namibia. I actually want to visit to really understand the business environment better, so I can promote it, because I think it's a great country for the African diaspora. Now, when it comes to the snack bar, you know, you are thinking about, okay, how can I find packaging, people who help me with the packaging? And that is kind of the typical question of someone who gets started, because you are asking a how do I do ABC question, where that can always be figured out. There are other questions much more important to ask. You know, one is, for example, of course, the why. Why do I want to do it? So this, excuse me, that's your own story. Also, the why behind the product. Excuse me. The why behind the product. So what does the product stand for? What are you offering to the marketplace? And
okay,
really understanding that the why and the what is so crucial. And most people jump that and they go into, okay, how do I find this? How do I get this? How do I? And so the why and the what, Judy, is your positioning. And that's what will sell. That's what will sell.
Okay.
So create something, I would say, that is healthy, long shelf life, but something that stands out, like the company share. Something that is a Namibian brand. So typically Namibian, I know, for example, Namibia has this, what is it called? Melon desert oil or something like that. All right. I mean, you can't find it anywhere else in Africa. I mean, this is an oil that is used for skincare.
Yeah.
But it is something that intrigues people even outside Namibia. So find a story that sets yourself apart, or like the company shared it. Okay, whenever you buy this, you know, this is what will come out of it. Here's one more thing I want to share, Judy, and that is that a snack bar has very small profit margins. So that means you have to sell a lot of snack bars in order to actually become profitable. And therefore, I don't know how much research or how much advancements you have made for this particular area, or why it is a snack bar, and we cannot discuss the details because again we need to make everything short. I just want to make you aware of it. The snack bar has small profit margins, and I'm not convinced this is the best product you could produce for Namibia, be it locally, regionally, or internationally for that particular reason. And it usually has a lot of ingredients now, meaning that you're actually depending on several suppliers to make it happen. And then with everything, you get very small profit margins. So I would, if this is your first product, I would rethink it.
It's not a snack bar, it's like a meal replacement. I developed it for me because I'm on the go. And I don't have time to sit and eat. So I created this nutritional thing.
All right.
This one bar will provide all the nourishment I need.
Okay, so meal replacement, lunch on the go, healthy lunch on the go, meal replacement. We talked about earlier the trend of convenience. People want convenience, they want healthy food. All right. So if you can position it that way, and then but then sell a package. Don't sell a small bar.
No,
sell a package. Okay.
It's a package.
Margins. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, Judy. All right. Sorry, not more time for more, but the market is great. Check the consumer dynamics. Do some research on the consumer. And I like the positioning. Don't ever say snack bar or nutritional bar. I like the positioning of healthy lunch on the go. What did you call it?
Meal replacement.
Real replacement. Okay. Where that is part of your positioning. Interesting. Okay. That can work, and then you can work with with retreats or gyms or yeah. All right.
Exactly.
So, but it takes more research, and then you need to create a concept. This is for all of you, the Africa Business Jam Starters. You have to create a concept first, a prototype, a concept, test that, and then that's it. Frank, if you're still in the room, dear Frank, sorry, I forgot my teammate. Frank, if you're still in the room, you may, if you're not at home, you may go home. I'm just looking at the time. Crazy. I always forget the time when I do these live hangouts. So Frank, if you're still in the room, you may go home now. Thank you so much for your service. All right. Right, Priska Isla. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, good evening.
Good evening,
Can
Priska.
you hear me?
Yes, please.
So my question is, as a service company or service agent, how do you differentiate yourself? Do I have to personally rely only on the expertise that I provide, or do I need some sort of storytelling? And
So
I'm
when
talking
you
about
say service
B2B.
provision, what do you mean? What industry are we talking about? Priska?
Food industry, B2B,
Okay, Priska, I'm so sorry. You're
Yes.
breaking up. I can't hear you. I don't know if it's my internet or yours, but I can hardly hear you. And I'm very aware of the time now.
Yes.
Give it a last try. Which industry?
Food industry.
Food industry. Okay, now I got it. All right. So service provision, B&B, I mean, I don't have enough information. I would need to ask some questions to really understand what you're trying to do. But here's what I would say. As I said earlier, if you want to provide services in the food industry, and how do you put yourself apart, or how do you position yourself? Again, it's number one, very important to understand what gaps or challenges does the food industry in my particular country face, and then make a list of all these gaps and challenges. Ask 20, 30, 40 people, players in the food industry, and you will see that some of the challenges, the gaps that they mention will come up again and again. And then you see where you can provide a solution to a challenge, either because no one else is doing it, or because people have complained about how the service is provided by others in the industry. So for all of you, if you want to do service provision in Africa, number one, you need to ask your industry, the players in your industry, what are your biggest challenges and pain points? Once you are aware of them, you then look for, okay, to which pain point can I produce a solution? And you then need to understand, am I the only one that produces this solution? Or are there others who do it, but I do it differently or better than them? And that's how I stand out, because the other players are giving poor service. So these are the questions to ask yourself. And you kind of, by one block after the other, you kind of find your service offering and how you stand out from others in the competition. Yeah?
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Priska. All right, dear Africa Business Jam Starters. Oh my God, we've done such a long session again. This is crazy. I didn't even realize. Is it like? It is literally 10:15. I started 6 p.m. We've been here over 4 hours. Oh my God, I'm guilty again. I thought I'm going to do it shorter today. All right. So, I mean, it's amazing that some of you are still in the room. Almost half of you are still here over 4 hours later. So that just shows there's so much passion and real contribution and an interest to to make things happen. And thank you so much today for for your trust and your engagement and your professionalism. As you can see, there are so many aspects when it comes to doing business in Africa and investing on the continent, and for doing it the right way. And I think the key message today really was that, number one, the majority of startups and businesses in Africa fail. And if you want to be among the few that succeed, you know, it is not enough to just have an idea and to get out there and try your best. It really requires professional support and guidance, and really learning more and more about the Africa business space, and to understand what works and what doesn't and why. We want to move into a space where we make more and more informed decisions and less emotional decisions. All right. So yeah, I hope you really found some insights, hopefully some nuggets, some gems. Let me know in the chat box if you did, and if you found some useful information. And especially, we talked about the trends today. Did you see some trends where you feel you know, you can apply them to your own business? And that is so important, to really apply what we've learned today. So yes, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, it was fantastic to spend the last 4 hours with you. Oh my God, crazy. I really need to work on my presentation time, right? But the main thing is you learned something new that you hopefully can apply to your African business and investment. And once more, I'm sharing with everyone the link to the Africa Business Academy, which is my inner circle of go-getters. We are starting and working on our African businesses in real time. And if you join today, then I will see you again next Sunday. And for more insights, and of course, then we have more time also to dive into your questions. Yeah, get a coach, get a driver, you know, that can help you to get a trainer that can help you how to drive and navigate the business environment in Africa the right way. So thank you so much again, and stay safe and healthy and well wherever in the world you are, and spread kindness and peace and hope. We need a lot of that across the world. So goodbye from me. Bye bye, dear Africa Business Jumpstarters, wherever you are.
Bye from Chicago.
Bye.
Hugs, everybody. Hugs, everybody.